Chapter 81. Yin Zhaoge looked at that Xiantian martial scholar of the Sacred Sun clan, who was approaching step by step. Suddenly, a loud roar came from afar and quickly approached them. Ahu's entire body surged with aura qi, resembling a black tornado as he blocked before Yin Zhaoge. "Young master, I'm back." Saying so, Ahu took off the massive luggage on his back and threw it in front of Yin Zhaoge. Then, he strode out, arriving before that Sacred Sun clan martial practitioner. Without saying a word, Ahu crossed his claws, and a violent black storm engulfed the sky and earth. That Sacred Sun clan martial practitioner also roared furiously, his aura qi transforming into an illusory heaven and earth, a brilliant sun illuminating the area. The golden sunlight and the black hurricane instantly collided. Ahu grinned hideously. His tall figure was like a ghost shadow, shrill and erratic. A ferocious black tiger pounced out of the hurricane, ready to devour its prey. Ahu's figure suddenly crouched, and then with a leap, he had already torn apart the great golden sun, his claws grabbing at his opponent's throat and abdomen. Wherever the ghost tiger divine claw passed, the air was torn apart like a rag. The black hurricane transformed into the head of a ferocious tiger. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to devour the enemy. The Xiantian martial scholar who was controlling the streaming fire sword had a solemn expression on his face. He temporarily abandoned the radiant sun wheel and drove the streaming fire sword towards Ahu. A brilliant light shone on Ahu's body, and a black light armor appeared, blocking the streaming fire sword's attack. He roared and extended a claw to block his opponent's divine sword of dawn. The first enemy who fought with him hurriedly used the great rising sun technique to retreat. He was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. The flowing fire sword and Ahu's black nightmare armor were locked in a stalemate. The two great Xiantian martial scholars of the Sacred Sun clan roared in unison, following which strong winds shocked the heavens as an illusory heaven and earth enveloped the surrounding area. It was said that there could not be two suns in the sky, but now there were two suns in front of Ahu. One sun was like the sun in the middle of the sky, hanging high above their heads, while the other sun was rising at dawn, the first light of dawn appearing. Ahu was not afraid at all. His entire body erupted with gang energy, and he leaped forward like a tiger. The clouds follow the dragon. The wind follows the tiger. As he roared, a black hurricane swept through the sky, sending sand and pebbles flying. It was terrifying beyond compare. Yin Zhaoge received the bag that Ahu had thrown over, quickly retrieving various rare treasures from within. Where his aura qi passed, Yin Zhaoge waved a hand, numerous items flying within the reversal formation. Yin Zhaoge flicked his fingers repeatedly, the numerous spirit patterns within the reversal formation growing more and more dazzling as they all linked up and rapidly reached completion. Those of the Sacred Sun clan also recognized the profundities of the reversal formation, but had completely not thought that it would actually be set up so quickly. The great Grandmaster had always wanted to break through Zhao Shicheng's defensive line and destroy the reversal formation first, but Zhao Shicheng had firmly blocked him, making it hard for him to succeed. At this moment, seeing that the reversal formation was completely established, he had a bad feeling in his heart. With a low roar, Yin Zhaoge flicked his hand, causing the Jade Dragon's sword to rise into the air. Then he stretched out his palms and pressed them down in the air. The reversal array within the Spirit Wind Canyon had completely taken shape. With a loud rumble, it activated and merged with the great array that Zhao Shicheng was connected to. A violent and strange red light suddenly flashed on the spirit pattern of the Grand Formation. A red light flashed. Far away in Jingyang City, within the palace, Zhao Shilai, who was drawing upon the power of the Grand Array, felt his body shake violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yin Zhaoge said anxiously, "Uncle now." Not saying a word, Zhao Shicheng stood within the formation, entering a fist stance. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that amidst the light and shadow above his head, a spirit tree could vaguely be seen swaying in the wind, towering to the heavens. The power of the golden scale dragon scale armor was also fully activated. As Zhao Shicheng punched out, the power of the Grand Formation suddenly increased. The martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan, who had originally held the upper hand, revealed a shocked expression on his face as he was instantly forced into retreat. Yin Zhaoge, Xiao Shun, and the others were all shocked, not having thought that Yin Zhaoge's side would actually be able to make a comeback despite having the upper hand. Even if the reversal formation was combined with the original Grand Formation, there shouldn't be such an instant, powerful effect. Zhao Shicheng was heavily injured, while Zhao Shilai also held the advantage of Jingyang City. In the end, in the struggle for control of the Jingyang City Grand Formation, it had actually been Zhao Shicheng who had turned defeat into victory. A golden saber light lit up in the distance. Another Xiantian martial scholar of the Sacred Sun clan forced his opponent into retreat before directly chopping towards Yin Zhaoge with a west-tilting heaven incinerating saber. However, not waiting for him to approach, Ahu let out an enraged howl. His left hand's Ghost Tiger Divine claw did not change, while his right hand retracted its claws and switched to a fist. This was actually a martial art that Yin Zhaoge had privately imparted to Ahu. One of the six spirits' demonic fists, the Tiger Roar demonic fist. Ahu went completely berserk, punching and clawing as he stood in the way of the three Xiantian martial scholars of the Sacred Sun clan. The roar of a tiger resounded throughout the entire Spirit Wind Canyon, causing Su Chuan and the others who were watching to be secretly shocked. Seeing this, Xiao Shun's expression turned sinister, not even bothering to continue collecting the Radiant Sun Wheel. A good dog doesn't block the way. Xiao Shun looked at Yin Zhaoge and Ahu with a venomous gaze. Since you are so loyal in protecting your master, I'll slaughter you, this dog's slave as well. Hearing Xiao Shun's sinister tone, Yin Zhaoge looked over. He saw Xiao Shun suddenly take out a cylindrical object from within his bosom. One end was held in his hand, while the other was aimed at Ahu. Yin Zhaoge roared loudly, "Ahu, dodge! It's Sun Rain." Hearing his words, Ahu seemed to hesitate slightly. However, in the end, his tall frame still did not dodge. Yin Zhaoge raised his eyebrows. If Ahu dodged, Xiao Shun's Sun Rain would be directly aimed at him. Yin Zhaoge. Therefore, Ahu did not dodge. The next moment, the cylinder in Xiao Shun's hand suddenly erupted with incomparably dazzling golden light. Innumerable golden needles resembled sunlight, illuminating the heavens and the earth, also resembling a torrential downpour, tightly packed. An innumerable number of divine sun needles transformed into a dense stream of light, shooting towards Ahu. Sun Rain, the Sacred Sun clan's direct lineage secret weapon, specialized in breaking through the orochi of martial scholars. Anyone below the level of a martial grandmaster would find it hard to survive a direct frontal attack. Even the three Xiantian martial scholars of the Sacred Sun clan hurriedly dodged to the side. Ahu's gaze seemed to be ablaze as he howled madly, his orochi transforming into an illusory heaven and earth. A black hurricane swept in all directions with the momentum of a tiger crouching and a whale swallowing. The black nightmare armor lit up as Ahu defended with all his might. Sharp, concentrated sounds of collisions resounded incessantly, as Ahu's entire body was covered with thousands upon thousands of golden, divine sun needles. On the other side, Zhao Shicheng let out a long howl towards the heavens, his palms pushing outwards. The control over the Grand Formation was completely wrested back by Zhao Shicheng. Although Zhao Shicheng himself was heavily injured, with the support of the Grand Formation, his strength was instantly extraordinary. He first activated the Grand Formation, sending a shockwave reverberating through the faraway Jingyang City, causing the Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, who had yet to regain his wits, to spurt out fresh blood. Then, with a palm, he struck out towards the martial grandmaster expert of the Sacred Sun clan before him, causing him to vomit blood as he retreated. Under the rapid expansion of the Grand Formation's power, all the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners within the formation were forced to retreat. Yin Zhaoge rushed out, supporting Ahu, handing him over to Su Chuan and the others who had caught up. Swiveling his head, he saw Xiao Shun also hurriedly retreating. Yin Zhaoge's voice resounded like thunder as he roared in rage. "Xiao Shun, where do you think you're going?" His body leaping, Yin Zhaoge instantly lunged before Xiao Shun, resembling a ferocious tiger released from its cage. Chapter 82. Yin Zhaoge resembled a ferocious tiger, roaring as he arrived before Xiao Shun. Xiao Shun hurriedly retreated, rising into the air, wanting to pull apart the distance between him and Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's feet moved consecutively as he also flew into the air. With a few steps, he trampled the air. Within the acupoints of his entire body, the coiled ice and flame dragons let out long roars together. Streams of icy mist and fiery light arose from Yin Zhaoge's body, combining with his aura qi. With ice and fire intermingling, he resembled a divinity. His fist roared like a tiger, his qi like the roar of a dragon. Big Dipper, true martial divinity. The power of the door of blood's Shangxiu acupoint erupted. With a single punch, Yin Zhaoge directly broke through Xiao Shun's defensive sunset thousand illusory palms. Xiao Shun was greatly shocked as he hurriedly executed the leap of the rising sun east, traversing the heavens to evade. Duo, with a loud roar, Yin Zhaoge's back abruptly straightened, as though a divine dragon had suddenly stretched its body. This exertion of force had merged within the coiling dragon sleeve. The transformation of the cloud, rising dragon. The cloud dragon spanning 10,000 li, soared in an instant. Just as Xiao Shun's body was about to move, Yin Zhaoge's speed was even faster than his, as he brazenly attacked. His tightly clenched fists spread apart, his fingers forming hooks as he grabbed onto Xiao Shun's arms. The two's figures instantly froze in midair. Yin Zhaoge's leg flew up, directly kicking towards Xiao Shun's chest. At the same time, his two hands exerted force, streams of ice dragon qi and flame dragon qi twisting and coiling, exerting force. The powerful force formed the momentum of distorting mountains and rivers, acting on Xiao Shun's arms. His kick sent Xiao Shun flying backwards, but his two hands still firmly grabbed onto Xiao Shun's arms, not letting go. One kick, one pull, the two diametrically opposed forces instantly twisted Xiao Shun's body like a tattered rag. Pong! With a muffled sound, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. An all-encompassing rain of blood erupted from where the two were in midair, exploding outwards in all directions. With a low roar, Yin Zhaoge forcibly ripped Xiao Shun's arms off from his torso. Xiao Shun let out a piercing howl. "Yin Zhaoge, you actually dare?" Yin Zhaoge threw away Xiao Shun's two severed arms and stepped into the air, catching up to Xiao Shun, who had been sent flying with his kick with a single step. "Those who are about to die, don't talk so much nonsense." The surrounding Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners had been forced into retreat by Zhao Shicheng and the power of the Grand Formation, unable to rush to his aid in time. At this moment, they all roared furiously in unison. Xiao Shun's eyes seemed on the verge of imploding. "Yin Zhaoge, don't be complacent. Even if you kill me, you are destined to be buried with me. I'll wait for you down there." Yin Zhaoge pretended not to hear him as he struck out with his claw, directly piercing through Xiao Shun's chest. With his other hand, he spread open his fingers, filling Xiao Shun's field of vision and enveloping the top of his head. Grabbing onto Xiao Shun's head, Yin Zhaoge laughed coldly. "I'm so scared, ah." As he spoke, his 5 fingers suddenly tightened and lifted upwards. Violent physical strength and vigorous and fierce stellar energy erupted at the same time. A rain of blood erupted once more as Yin Zhaoge snapped Xiao Shun's neck, ripping it off with a single grab. Xiao Shun's eyes were wide open as he died, with a remaining grievance. The entire Spirit Wind Canyon suddenly became silent for a moment. Everyone stared dazedly at Yin Zhaoge, holding Xiao Shun's severed head in his hands as he stood in midair. Yin Zhaoge. The next moment, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners let out enraged roars in unison. With that martial grandmaster at their head, they all rushed towards Yin Zhaoge. Within the canyon, Zhao Shurqing's expression was calm as he clenched his left hand into a fist and straightened his right palm, striking out in unison. Numerous golden dragons of light rampaged between the heavens and the earth, their scales pulsing as the roars of dragons shocked the heavens, as though true dragons had descended into this world. The Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners were forced into retreat by Zhao Shurqing, who had drawn upon the power of the Grand Formation, unable to approach the Spirit Wind Canyon at all. Su Chuan and the other martial scholars of Broad Creed Mountain and the Eastern Tang Kingdom even began to switch from defense to offense. Retreat. That martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan let out a depressed roar, having no choice but to lead his people in retreating. Blood leaked from the corner of Zhao Shurqing's mouth, his face flickering alternately between green and red. As he retracted his fist, the others also ceased their pursuit. Carrying Xiao Shun's head, Yin Zhaoge descended to the ground, returning to Ahu's side. Ahu sat in the meditative position on the ground, the glow of the black nightmare armor on his body dim. On the black armor of light, it was filled with densely packed golden needles. All of the golden needles had pierced deeply into the armor of light. Ahu's face was a little ashen. Luckily, his accompanying spirit artifact, the black nightmare armor, was a defensive artifact, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Otherwise, while he had been entangled with the 3 Xiantian martial scholars just now, if he had been ambushed by Xiao Shun Sun Rain, he would have died without a doubt. Even though the black nightmare armor had blocked the divine sun needles that were as dense as rain, Ahu's body had also been injured by the force of the needles. Although the divine sun needles had not directly pierced into his body, Ahu seemed to have suffered thousands of heavy blows in that instant. Yin Zhaoge came behind Ahu, placing a palm on his back, helping him to regulate his condition. The others were all looking at Yin Zhaoge with complex expressions on their faces. Although Xiao Shun had also been a killer, and Yin Zhaoge had killed him, he had deserved to die. However, having really seen Yin Zhaoge kill Xiao Shun, everyone's mind was still a little dazed, especially when it had been done in such a violent and vicious manner. Previously, when Yin Zhaoge and Xiao Shun had clashed, no matter how badly Yin Zhaoge had beaten the other party, it could still be said that it had been an exchange of pointers, with Xiao Shun being inferior. However, both sides were elites among the younger generation disciples of their respective sections. They were seedlings with potential that they focused on nurturing. Deciding the victor through sparring and killing each other were 2 completely different things. What's more, Xiao Shun's maternal grandfather was one of the Sacred Sun clan's top bigwigs. As Xiao Shun had said, the Sacred Sun clan would definitely not let this matter rest. This grudge was even greater than taking in the traitorous disciples of the other party. But even as their emotions were complex, the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain and the Eastern Tang Kingdom also felt excited. In recent years, the Sacred Sun clan had been pressuring them step by step, having already been arrogant for far too long. You are allowed to kill, but Broad Creed Mountain is not allowed to retaliate? That didn't make sense. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge's expression had already regained its calm. The Spirit Sword Jade Dragon was also used as the core of the reverse array, and was compatible with the array that Zhao Shurqing was activating. With a wave of his hand, the Radiant Sun Wheel returned to Yin Zhaoge's hands. Looking at the Radiant Sun Wheel, everyone suddenly came to their senses. Just now, the Broad Creed young master killed Xiao Shun in but a short instant. Similarly, a late outer aura martial scholar, Yin Zhaoge had directly crushed Xiao Shun to the point where not even dregs were left. An Eastern Tang martial practitioner swallowed his saliva. Xiao Shun is definitely not something that an ordinary late outer aura martial scholar can compare to. Of the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners who had attacked this time, there were some whose cultivation was higher than his. But at the same cultivation level, there was no one who dared to say that they could defeat him. The Sacred Sun clan's radiant young master, similarly ranked as one of the 4 young masters of this era, like young master Yin, while Xiao Shun and the radiant young master are known as the 4 rising suns, precisely the face of the Sacred Sun clan's younger generation. But such a heavens-favored son had actually been easily killed by Yin Zhaoge. Xiao Shun was defeated so easily by young master Yin. Then the others also, someone exclaimed in a low voice, Yin Zhaoge is even stronger than the rumors say, ah. Earlier, there had been rumors that Yin Zhaoge had surpassed levels to defeat Xiao Shun as a mid-outer or a martial scholar. Those who had not personally witnessed, it would still be somewhat doubtful. But now, there are no longer any doubts. Chapter 83. This book has already been removed from the list of new books. Thanks to the support of all the readers, this book once occupied the first place on the list of new books for a period of time. However, after it was removed from the new books list, the book would lose an important promotional channel, and its exposure would be greatly reduced. It could be clearly felt that after the new book list was removed, the growth of the collection rate of this book had slowed down a lot. It was simply too difficult for new fantasy novels to achieve good results. The website's fantasy page traffic was far from what it used to be. Only when the book was on the homepage like the new books list would more readers see and know about the book. If the book wanted to go further, it needed more advertising channels. It needed to fight for the homepage recommendation list and the homepage click-through list. That's why I'm seriously asking for everyone's recommendation votes, member clicks, and collections. Please let Senior Brother enter the ranking list on the front page. Let's go higher and further together. Thank you all. Today it is still the 3rd watch. While Yin Zhaoge heard their discussions, he currently did not have any complacent thoughts of having successfully manifested his divinity. While helping Ahu to adjust his breathing, Yin Zhaoge's attention was also on the reversal formation. By now, Zhao Shiqing's complexion had returned to normal. With the support of the entire formation, it was much easier for him to recover from his injuries. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge also relaxed. When Ahu regained his breath, the golden sun needles around him scattered all over the ground. He opened his eyes and said with a grimace, "Luckily, I wore the spirit weapon bestowed by the family head when I went out this time. Otherwise, I would really be finished." Seeing that he was fine, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "How does the sun rain taste?" Oh grinned. "Quite fierce." Yin Zhaoge took out a cylinder. It was precisely sun rain. This thing is insidious. While it is a little troublesome to refill it after using it once, its power is indeed not bad. You can play with it in the future. Whoever you plot against, you can even make the Sacred Sun clan take the blame for you. Hearing this, the surrounding people did not know whether to laugh or cry. Ahu happily took it. "Young master, this is a good idea. In the future, if young master doesn't like anyone, I'll give him a good beating." Naturally, this was all a joke. Yin Zhaoge came before Zhao Shiqing. From the outside, Zhao Shiqing looked completely fine, as if his injuries had completely healed. Yin Zhaoge had already taught him a portion of the Heavenly Abyss reverse flow art when he had helped him treat his injuries earlier. At this moment, Zhao Shiqing could use the power of the formation, and his healing speed was even faster. Although he had yet to fully recover, he was already fine. While Yin Zhaoge heard their discussions, he currently did not have any complacent thoughts of having successfully manifested his divinity. While helping Ahu to adjust his breathing, Yin Zhaoge's attention was also on the reversal formation. By now, Zhao Shiqing's complexion had returned to normal. With the support of the entire formation, it was much easier for him to recover from his injuries. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge also relaxed. When Ahu regained his breath, the golden sun needles around him scattered all over the ground. He opened his eyes and said with a grimace, "Luckily, I wore the spirit weapon bestowed by the family head when I went out this time. Otherwise, I would really be finished." Seeing that he was fine, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "What does the sun rain taste?" Ahu grinned. "Quite fierce." Yin Zhaoge took out a cylinder. It was precisely sun rain. This thing is insidious. While it is a little troublesome to refill it after using it once, its power is indeed not bad. You can play with it in the future. Whoever you plot against, You can even make the Sacred Sun clan take the blame for you. Hearing this, the surrounding people did not know whether to laugh or cry. Ahu happily took it. Young master, this is a good idea. In the future, if young master doesn't like anyone, I'll give him a good beating. Naturally, this was all a joke. Yin Zhaoge came before Zhao Shicheng. From the outside, Zhao Shicheng looked completely fine, as if his injuries had completely healed. Yin Zhaoge had already taught him a portion of the Heavenly Abyss reverse flow art when he had helped him treat his injuries earlier. At this moment, Zhao Shicheng could use the power of the formation, and his healing speed was even faster. Although he had yet to fully recover, he was already fine. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Zhao Shicheng nodded slowly. Zhaoge, it was all thanks to you this time that we were able to wrest back control of the Jingyang Grand Formation so quickly. Everyone else came to their senses. Their gazes as they looked at Yin Zhaoge were filled with admiration and amazement. It was precisely Yin Zhaoge's methods that had turned the situation around, virtually having the effect of reviving the dead. Putting aside his outstanding strength and talent, he even had the ability to turn the tide. He could no longer look at this young man as a rising star, a genius of the younger generation. How could a physical invulnerability grandmaster possibly measure the value of such a technique? Yin Zhaoge bowed toward Zhao Shicheng. Uncle praises me too much. We still have to rely on Uncle to play the role of a cornerstone. I only obtained this reversal formation technique by chance. It can only be used for a short period of time, but it might not last forever. Zhao Shicheng said, if we want to talk about the mainstay, we have to look at Elder Qin and Elder Kong of your sect. If the victor of their battle with the East Rising Lord is decided within a short period of time, the situation will change greatly. Yin Zhaoge pondered, his aura qi restraining his voice as he sent a sound transmission to Zhao Shicheng. Uncle, I feel that something is wrong. We need to leave the Spirit Wind Canyon as soon as possible. Zhao Shicheng's gaze flickered slightly. Yin Zhaoge said in a heavy tone, Xiao Shun's attitude before his death did not seem like he was bluffing or cursing me out of spite. Rather, it seemed like he was truly certain that I would very quickly follow in his footsteps. This concerns me very much. I know that you still need time to stabilize your control over the Grand Formation, but I'm afraid that we still have to leave first. Ahu had only just regained his breath, and his injuries were still unclear. However, there was no time left for him. They could only leave first. Glancing at Yin Zhaoge, Zhao Shicheng did not ask any further questions, directly saying, all right, let's leave first. While the Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners were worried about Zhao Shicheng's condition, they also hoped that he would return to Jingyang City as soon as possible, so that it would be convenient to eliminate the traitorous faction of Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai. On the other hand, only in Jingyang City would Zhao Shicheng be able to fully unleash the power of the Grand Formation. Moreover, the movements of Infinite Boundless Mountain were similarly uncertain. However, it was likely that there were martial grandmaster experts even stronger than that elder he lying in ambush outside the borders of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Not bothering to rest and reorganize, they immediately left. As they walked, Yin Zhaoge looked at Su Chuan, sending him a sound transmission. Elder Su, the people in the valley who know about the secret of the cloud vein stones. Su Chuan smiled. Rest easy, young Master Yin. Before you arrived here, I had already gathered them and sent them away, finding a place to settle them down. As long as the secret was not leaked, even if the other side vented their anger on the Spirit Wind Canyon and destroyed its various facilities, the mines buried deep underground could still be mined once more in the future. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Su Chuan was extremely vigilant and also possessed great decisiveness. Helping him up back then had been the right choice. If Su Chuan's cultivation could reach a higher level, then his father would indeed be able to focus on grooming him a little, helping him to walk towards a more important and higher position. Yin Zhaoge instructed, while we have retreated, pay close attention to the movements of the Spirit Wind Canyon. While Su Chuan found it a little strange, he still went down to pass down the instructions. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Zhao Shicheng asked via sound transmission, you are worried that there are even stronger Sacred Sun clan experts nearby? But if there were such people, why didn't they make a move just now? Yin Zhaogan narrowed his eyes, saying softly, if there really were experts attacking us within a short period of time, that would be proof of Xiao Shun's abnormal behavior right before his death. If that's the case, I think I can guess what they want to do. Yin Zhaoga sucked in a deep breath. Not making a move earlier should have been to avoid alerting the enemy, but lying in ambush nearby just in case Xiao Shun and the others were unable to kill us. Me killing Xiao Shun would only have been an accident to them. Originally, it was just in case, but because of the reversal formation, we instantly reversed the situation, not even having reached a stalemate before the first batch of people were forced into retreat. Now, we have immediately retreated. The other side wanted to make my death look a little more natural, as if it was only caused by the personal enmity between me and Xiao Shun. This way, it would be beneficial in concealing their true goal. Zhao Shurching looked at Yin Zhaoga. True goal? Yin Zhaoga's gaze was deep and distant. We might have still underestimated their appetite. Killing me was just the beginning. Even the Eastern Tang was just incidental. What they want far surpasses my expectations. The people of the Sacred Sun clan had only been temporarily forced into retreat. Seeing Yin Zhaoga and the others leave the Spirit Wind Canyon, they hurriedly attempted to give chase. They did not wish to kill or injure Yin Zhaoga's group, only wanted to keep their tail on them, not losing track of them. Seeing them like this, Yin Zhaoga felt even more strongly that the Sacred Sun clan most likely had peak experts in the vicinity, already hurrying over. If it did not throw off their tail, the other side's speed would be even faster, and it wouldn't be long before they caught up. However, this was, after all, the Heaven Domain, the territory of the Eastern Tang. Yin Zhaoga, Zhao Shurcheng, and the others were stronger, and also focused on avoiding battle, very quickly making use of the geographical advantage to throw off their pursuers. Afterwards, through secret channels, news was sent over. Almost immediately after Yin Zhaoga and the others had left, the higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun clan had set foot in the Spirit Wind Canyon. Including the time used to throw off their pursuers, it was virtually a matter of life and death. Yin Zhaoga let out a long breath, his gaze turning firm and bright as he looked at Zhao Shicheng, smiling. Uncle, from now on, we will split up. The other side's main target is me, but you also have to be careful. Returning to Jingyang City is equivalent to giving them a clear target. Zhao Shicheng's gaze hardened. I can also become a target, but not because of the Eastern Tang? If that's the case, Yin Zhaoga nodded. It's good that you know what to do. Don't make it public. If the Sacred Sun clan wants to play a big one, then let's play, Yin Zhaoga smiled. As the old saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. Hearing these words, Zhao Shicheng's gaze flickered slightly as he stared quietly at Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga met his gaze calmly, and Zhao Shicheng nodded slowly. All right, be careful in everything you do, and remember to pay attention to your own safety. I will remember Uncle's teachings, Yin Zhaoga answered. I will pay attention to maintaining a balance between hiding our tracks and attracting the other side's attention. Watching Zhao Shicheng leave, Yin Zhaoga sent a sound transmission to Ahu, giving him some instructions. The Ahu who had always been the young master who said to go east would definitely not go west, the young master who said to beat a dog would definitely not catch a chicken, fell into a rare moment of daze. Chapter 84. Looking at Ahu looked like he had bitten his tongue. Yin Zhaoga smiled and shook his head. Why are you so nervous? Just report the information that we currently have, as well as my deductions. As for the final plan and decision, we just have to wait for notification. If they want to start a big show, then let's continue the show. If they want to play it safe, then let's immediately hide somewhere safe. After all, this is not the Fire Domain. Even if the Sacred Sun clan wants to dig 3 feet underground to find me, it won't be so easy. Hearing Yin Zhaoga's words, Ahu grimaced as if he had a toothache. Young master, this time we're really playing a little too big. Under normal circumstances, it's not something that people of our level can participate in. If we're not careful, even if Broadcreed Mountain wins on the whole, you might also lose your life. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoga laughed. Whether it's worth it or not, Depends on whether the gains are big enough. Retracting his smile, Yin Zhaoga said slowly, no matter how many times they come, I will slaughter Xiao Shun without any mercy. But in terms of our clan's overall strength, we are indeed a step behind the Sacred Sun clan. If we don't think a way to make up for this gap, we will fall behind step by step. After all, the Sacred Sun clan is also advancing. They won't just stand there and wait for us. On the contrary, they will make use of their lead to weaken us as much as possible. Yin Zhaoga looked at Ahu. But you don't take the risk with me, lest you get caught in the crossfire. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. I'll definitely follow you, young master. Also, if you don't have anyone by your side, that would be too abnormal. Immediately leaving the Spirit Wind Canyon could still be said to be concerned about the situation in the Eastern Tang, and the other side might not suspect anything. But if you act alone, they will immediately know that their plan has already been exposed. Yin Zhaoga patted his shoulder. First go spread the news, then we'll make plans. Ahu nodded. Yes, young master. The Broad Creed Mountain group moved stealthily, avoiding the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners' line of sight. The Sacred Sun clan had a good idea of what they had in the Eastern Tang and were keeping a close eye on them, especially on the road back to Jingyang City. However, Broad Creed Mountain had, after all, operated here for many years and also had the support of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shichen. Some of their secret businesses and strongholds were not known to the Sacred Sun clan, as Yin Zhaoga had thought. If he wanted to hide wholeheartedly in the Heaven Domain, the Sacred Sun clan would be hard-pressed to find him within a short period of time, unless the Eastern Tang completely fell under their control, allowing them to patiently plow through this place like they were plowing the fields. A few days later, Su Chuan came to find Yin Zhaoga. Young Master Yin, King Zhao, and the others have gone to Prince Jin, Zhao Shirlie's fief. Yin Zhaoga smiled. Good. It's understandable for us to hide and not return to Jingyang City. But Uncle Zhao is the ruler of a country. If he doesn't return to the capital, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. But this trip to the rebellious Zhao Shirlie's fiefdom is a trip back and forth. I'll drag it out so that I won't leave any traces. Zhao Shirlai has been injured by Uncle, and his connection with the Jingyang Grand Array has been completely severed. Without the Jingyang Grand Array, staying in Jingyang City will only result in him being beaten. He can only return to his fief and wait for another opportunity. Waiting for the moment when the battle between the East Rising Lord and Elder Qin is settled. Yin Zhaoga stroked his lower chin. In assisting Zhao Shirlai, the Sacred Sun clan should have quite a bit of resources. Uncle having taken down his lair, obtaining what he needs, they can just be used to repair the places that were destroyed in the Great Chaos. Hearing his words, Su Chuan nodded. Zhao Shirlai being unable to obtain the Jingyang Grand Array, the role he can play in this Great Chaos will be extremely limited. With the Sacred Sun clan's peak experts being preoccupied with their own affairs, they will most likely not be able to take care of him. Zhao Shirlai can only hide away, quietly waiting for the dust to settle before coming out. If the East Rising Lord and the other experts of the Sacred Sun clan win, Jingyang City will still be hard-pressed to defend at that time. Zhao Shirlai will naturally be able to make a comeback behind the East Rising Lord and the others. If the East Rising Lord and the others lose, then Zhao Shirlai will decisively retreat towards the Fire Domain, seeking the protection of the Sacred Sun clan. Su Chuan looked at Yin Zhaoga rather hesitantly. It's just that, as young Master Yin predicted, the Sacred Sun clan has experts that surpass our previous estimates in hiding, seemingly having other plans. Over at Zhao Shirlie's fief, Yin Zhaoga shook his head. Zhao Shirlai and the others already don't care about it. Moreover, Yin Zhaoga narrowed his eyes. Moreover, I killed Xiao Shun. Their main target now is me. Saying thus, he swiveled his head to look at Su Chuan. It has been hard on Elder Su and the others of the clan to accompany me in taking this risk. Su Chuan smiled. Young Master Yan's words are too heavy. I believe that young Master Yin will definitely be able to turn the situation around. Yin Zhaoga glanced at him. What did you see? Su Chuan sent over. While the Sacred Sun clan has experts roaming about, young Master, Yin should also have something to rely on, right? Young Master Yin killing Xiao Shun should only have been an accident. His original target might not be the Sacred Sun clan, but I guess Su Chuan wrote a Yin character in the air with his finger. Yin Zhaoge slowly shook his head. This matter involves secrets. Even I am not sure what the situation will be like now. However, you'd best not be too optimistic. Traveling together with me, the situation that you will be facing may very well be even worse than the worst-case scenario that you can imagine. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Su Chuan was also a little shocked. However, he did not ask about it, instead answering solemnly. As one of our clan's acting elders in the Eastern Tang, with external enemies invading the Eastern Tang, I am duty-bound to stand on the front lines. Even if I die as a result, this tribulation is something that I am fated to face. Yin Zhaoge waved his hands. That may be so, but sometimes giving up is a wise move. It is not a crime of war, and should not be blamed for it. As for me, I was born in Broadcreed Mountain, my father being the clan's first seed elder. I enjoy the clan's glory, enjoy the convenience of the clan's resources, and obtain the clan's protection, shielding me from wind and rain. Then, when it is time for me to stand up and make a sacrifice for the clan, I will naturally not shrink back. Dying for nothing, dying a worthless death, I will definitely not do it. However, bearing the risk I do not mind. Yin Zhaoge looked at Su Chuan. However, there is no need for you to accompany me. Su Chuan answered solemnly. Rest easy, young Master Yin. I know the rules. Why should not ask? I will not speak out of turn. As for the others, whether they are willing or not, I will not force them. At the same time, I will also make arrangements, guaranteeing that no one will suspect anything. As long as I do not instead become a burden, I myself am willing to take this risk together with young Master Yin. Yin Zhaoge smiled. You definitely won't be a burden. Elder Su, you are a Xiantian martial scholar, your cultivation base even higher than mine. However, in this matter, the main point is not the level of our cultivation bases. Gazing into the distance, Yin Zhaoge said softly to himself. This time, the main point lies in the grasp of information, in concealing our true goals. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting skills, Chapter 85. Everyone changed to another hiding spot. Ahu looked back into the distance. That was the direction of the Spirit Wind Valley, although it was already out of sight. Ahu said with some regret, the above-ground facilities of the Spirit Wind Canyon were completely destroyed. Fortunately, the various underground mineral veins, including the cloud-patterned stones, were not damaged. By the side, Su Chuan didn't seem to care much about it. Even if the Sacred Sun clan were to occupy that place, they wouldn't go as far as to wreak havoc. If they want to vent their anger, they wouldn't go as far as to vent it on a tiny little Spirit Wind Canyon. Destroying some of the buildings left behind by our clan would be enough. As long as the secret of the Jade Essence is not leaked, it will be fine. Even if they occupy the Spirit Wind Valley, they will only use it as an ordinary resource to mine. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Su Chuan sighed in admiration. Everyone under the heavens has underestimated young Master Yin in the past. Even without mentioning the important contributions of the internal crystal furnace and the cloud vein gem, young Master Yan's personal strength is already enough to dominate the younger generation. Ahu smiled innocently. It's funny that people still doubted my young master's position as the fourth young master. The illuminating young master, Huang Jie, is merely ranked alongside Xiao Shun and Chao Yuanlong as one of the four rising suns. However, my young master defeating Xiao Shun and Chao Yuanlong at the same cultivation level is as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Su Chuan said in a low voice, world-illuminating young master Huang Jie's words. Other than his startling appearance when he first became a grandmaster, there has been little news of him in recent years. Whether it is the Sacred Sun clan's 4 rising suns or the current era's 4 young masters, the world-illuminating young master is the most mysterious of them all. It is really rather hard to judge his strength. Not counting the world-illuminating young master of the Sacred Sun clan's 4 rising suns, only the Radiant Sword Tang, Yonghao, might be able to contend with young master Yin a little. However, even Tang Yonghao would not be able to defeat Xiao Shun and Qiao Yuan Long so easily like young Master Yin did when they were at the same cultivation level. The radiant sword Tang Yonghao, publicly acknowledged as the head of the Sacred Sun clan's 4 rising sons, the eldest of the 4. At the same time, he was also the most famous genius of the entire Sacred Sun clan's younger generation. The world-illuminating young Master Huang Jie was too low-key. If not for the fact that he was the sect leader's son, his brilliance would have been completely overshadowed by Tang Yonghao. In the territory governed by the Sacred Sun clan, there were many who hailed Tang Yonghao as the number 1 person of the entire 8 Extremities world's younger generation. Other than the special case of the Maiden of Extreme Yin, not considering external factors and only looking at the martial practitioner's own strength, Tang Yonghao reigned supreme over the younger generation of the 8 Extremities world. The territories under the rule of the other Holy Lands naturally wouldn't acknowledge this. But everyone acknowledged that Tang Yonghao was at least one of the strongest contenders for the title of champion of the younger generation. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Tang Yonghao is someone with true ability, but as I see it, what is rarer is that this person's way of doing things is rather open and above board. However, if he wants to compete for the number 1 of the younger generation, he must first defeat senior brother Su of our sect. Su Chuan smiled and nodded. The heavenly rock Su Fei, a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain, of the same age as Tang Yonghao, having competed with him from youth all the way till now. He was one of the leading figures of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. Yin Zhaoge shook his head, unable to help but laugh. Speaking of this, the contest between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan in the younger generation could be described as a tit against a tat. Su Fei versus Tang Yonghao, Lu Wen versus Xiao Shun, the former Yin Zhaoge versus Qiao Yuan Long, etc. Continuing to look at the younger generation, among the representative figures, Xikong Qing also shouldered the heavy burden of resisting Meng Wan. Looking at the older generation, it was also an unceasing conflict of gratitude and enmity. The two sides either had victories or were locked in a stalemate. Truly, you are the wind and I am the sand, entangled for all eternity. All these years, other than Yin Zhaoge's father Yin Di, who had suppressed his peers of the same generation, the two sides had always been at each other's throats. Strictly speaking, not counting Yin Di's batch, the Sacred Sun clan still held the upper hand. This was a derivative effect brought about by the clan's overall strength. Su Chuan sighed. I heard that the old chief has thoughts of entering death seclusion, just that I don't know if he will be able to achieve the martial saint realm. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge did not speak. Not counting that Sacred Sun saint whose whereabouts were unknown, even his life and death a mystery, only existing in legends, the only thing Broad Creed Mountain lacked in comparison to the Sacred Sun clan was a martial saint. In that year's confrontation with the Flame Devil world, Broad Creed Mountain's losses had been too disastrous. Fortunately, with the legacy of their predecessors and the sacred artifact guarding the clan, Broad Creed Mountain's guardian grand formation, having been maintained for many generations, was also impregnable. Thanks to the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo, while he was still alive, he had preserved the last of Broad Creed Mountain's vitality. Over the years, talents of the clan had emerged in an endless stream, gradually maturing as they had at least not tarnished the reputation of the sacred ground. However, Broad Creed Mountain's greatest sore point now was that after the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo had perished, no martial saint had emerged. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood, how difficult was that? In the entire 8 Extremities world, the number of martial saints could be counted on one's fingers. Yin Zhaoge said slowly, the injuries that years still left behind a hidden danger for Grandmaster, causing him to be unable to take that final step for a long time. Su Chuan also had a look of pity on his face. Broad Creed Mountain's current number 1 expert was Yin Zhaoge's Grandmaster, the current chief, the heaven equaling Yuan Zhengfeng. He was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 expert beneath the martial saint realm in the entire 8 Extremities world, being at the peak of the 10th level of the martial Grandmaster realm, a veteran transcending mortality martial grandmaster. Possessing outstanding talent and powerful strength, stepping into the martial saint realm would originally have been nothing difficult for him. Sadly, having been injured in his youth, his foundation had been damaged, and he had never been able to make up for it. As a result, even after having stepped into the transcending mortality realm for so many years, he had still been unable to take that final half step, stepping into the martial saint realm. Even martial practitioners outside of Broad Creed Mountain often sighed in pity that the old chief of Broad Creed Mountain was just a paper-thin distance away from the martial saint realm, yet it was still hard to cross. Meanwhile, the Sacred Sun clan still had its previous chief, the current Grand Elder, the East-coming martial saint. The sun comes East Huang Guanglia, the father of the world illuminating young master Huang Jia. The son of the old chief Huang Guanglia, Huang Su, was the current chief of the Sacred Sun clan, also a longtime martial grandmaster expert. The Sacred Sun clan similarly had a sacred artifact guarding it. The combination of the martial saint Huang Guanglia and the sacred artifact, as well as Huang Su and the numerous experts of the Sacred Sun clan who were constantly emerging, together formed the might of the current number 1 sacred ground. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Broad Creed Mountain was also not willing to start a full-scale war with the Sacred Sun clan. The Sacred Sun clan had similarly seen Broad Creed Mountain's growth and had been unceasingly restraining it these past few years. The clash between the two sacred grounds in the Eastern Tang this time was only one of the more intense ones. Huang Guanglia had entered secluded cultivation once more a few years ago. When he emerged, no one knew what kind of changes would occur to him, and it was hard to estimate what level his strength would have reached. The old chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Jingfeng, had wanted to enter death seclusion and attempt a breakthrough into the martial saint realm, but it was also because the pressure brought about by the Sacred Sun clan was growing greater and greater. Therefore, even though Xiao Shun had first struck a killing blow, when Yin Zhaoge had truly killed him, Su Chuan and the others would still feel conflicted and uneasy. Yin Zhaoge gazed towards the distant horizon, in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Chapter 86. Of his many descendants, the most outstanding 3 were hailed as the Broad Creed 3 heroes. This was Yin Zhaoge's eldest apprentice uncle, the first seat of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall, the Iron Lion King Shirtai. Yin Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle, the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's assignment hall, Hidden Dragon Fong Juan, as well as Yin Zhaoge's father, Yuan Zhongfeng's final disciple, the current first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's martial inheritance hall, Yin Di. Yuan Zhifeng, Yin Di, and his disciples, as well as the other experts of Broad Creed Mountain, in the martial grandmaster realm, their strength actually surpassed that of the Sacred Sun clan. Even excluding Yuan Zhifeng, in terms of martial grandmasters, Broad Creed Mountain was definitely not inferior to the Sacred Sun clan at all. However, Martial Saint Huang Guanglia was above him. What worried those of Broad Creed Mountain even more was that Yuan Zhongfeng was gradually getting older. Under normal circumstances, Yuan Zhongfeng could only be considered to be in the prime of his life, not old. However, he had injured his foundations back then. Not only did it affect whether he could become a martial sage or not, but it also affected his lifespan. The more time passed, the lower the chances of Yuan Zhongfeng breaking through to the martial saint realm. Of Broad Creed Mountain's other experts of the older generation, Yuan Zhongfeng himself was the one with the greatest hope. Of the senior generation, with Yin Di at their head, there were also those who had hopes of becoming martial saints. However, compared to Yuan Zhongfeng, they needed more time and opportunities. What Broad Creed Mountain lacked the most right now was time. On one hand, it was the pressure of the Sacred Sun clan, and on the other hand, it was also because of his own body, causing Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, Yuan Zhongfeng, to have no choice but to make a decision. In the near future, he would enter closed-door cultivation to break through to the martial sage realm. He would either succeed or die trying. As the son of Yin Di, Yin Zhaoge was extremely clear about the current situation of the clan. He naturally knew what Broad Creed Mountain needed the most right now. Yin Zhaoga's knowledge was unceasingly improved along with his own body as he explored and researched, putting what he had learned into practice, combining pure theory with reality. Yin Zhaoga was currently still in the process of researching how to create a martial saint. It was extremely difficult to transcend mortality and become a saint. Even if there was a way, with the current state of the eight extremities world, it would be very hard to satisfy the environmental and resource requirements. However, he had to find the right remedy. Ever since Yin Zhaoga had come to this world and ascertained the environment he was in, the research he had placed the most emphasis on was on the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng's old injuries. The importance of this matter far surpassed that of the internal crystal furnace. However, the difficulty of this matter was also much greater. If he succeeded, Yuan Zhengfeng would not only have to recover from his injuries, but he would also have a higher chance of breaking through to the martial sage realm. The pressure brought about by Huang Guanglie's secluded cultivation caused Yuan Zhengfeng and Broad Creed Mountain to have to forge ahead, no longer able to continue following the usual routine. Ahu grinned from the side. Speaking of which, the world-illuminating young master Huang Jie is often not seen. Could it be that the old chief of the Sacred Sun clan is personally guiding and grooming him? Sichuan smiled when he heard that. It's not impossible, but it's probably just simple guidance and hands-on teaching. Huang Guanglie doesn't have that much time. Yin Zhaoga narrowed his eyes. The world-illuminating young master Huang Jie, interesting. At this time, Sichuan received a message from his subordinate, and his face turned solemn. Young Master Yin, there are strange movements at the border. More experts of the Sacred Sun clan have entered the lands of the Eastern Tang. Their cultivation bases unknown. Yin Zhaoga nodded. Regarding our position, release some fake news to confuse the other party. Keep in touch with our sect. We need reinforcements and help to cover our tracks. Sichuan answered, I understand. Yin Zhaoga gazed at the defensive lines of the Eastern Tang Kingdom's capital, Jingyang City, his gaze distant. They moved about unceasingly. During this time, they also encountered the Sacred Sun clan's forces, but very quickly broke through and killed their way out. After changing their hiding location once more, Yin Zhaoga and the others suddenly received news. The Eastern Tang's first prince, Zhao Yuan, had been surrounded by the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners. Yin Zhaoga revealed an expression that looked like he was smiling whilst also not, raising his brows slightly. While brother Zhao Yuan does not have the title of supervising crown prince, at this time he should also make use of this chance to show off his abilities. Uncle Zhao is out on a campaign. Why did he come out instead of remaining in Jingyang City, giving the chance to the third prince, Zhao Sheng, for nothing? Sichuan answered somewhat vexedly. When Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, retreated, he destroyed a few of the Jingyang Grand Formation's spirit patterns along the way. Another martial grandmaster of the Eastern Tang has to sit over Jingyang City. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng have both come out on orders to repair the spirit patterns. Looking at Yin Zhaoga, he said in a heavy tone, Our clan's elder Yin has brought our clan's martial practitioners out of the city to help exterminate the remnants of the Sacred Sun clan and Zhao Shilai's forces. We had originally thought that it would be very safe, but because of Xiao Xin's death, the Sacred Sun clan increased their forces, and so we encountered them all at once. Yin Zhaoga asked, Since that is so, then what about Yin Su? He doesn't care? Sichuan said dryly, The third prince, Zhao Sheng, met with danger first. Elder Yin has already gone over there to reinforce him. I'm afraid that he won't be able to rush over to help the first prince in time. Yin Zhaoga smiled, but did not speak, lowering his head to look at the map. It's not far from us, Frowning, Sichuan looked at Yin Zhaoga. Young Master Yin, if we have the ability, we naturally have to help. Yin Zhaoga snapped his fingers, taking the lead and striding forward. Sichuan laughed bitterly. Whatever you say, young Master Yin. Today, this Su is risking his life to accompany the nobleman. Yin Zhaoga and the others traversed through the mountains, very quickly feeling the great earth up ahead shaking. The air before them even seemed a little scorching hot. the roiling waves of heat growing stronger and stronger. The unique characteristics of the Sacred Sun clan's martial Tao. Yin Zhaoge and the others all had a rough idea of what was going on. Continuing to advance, they indeed saw that at the foot of a mountain in the distance, two groups of martial practitioners were currently engaged in an intense battle. On one side, it was precisely the Eastern Tang martial practitioners led by the crown prince of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Yuan. And on the other side, it was naturally the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners. The Sacred Sun clan had more martial practitioners, and their individual strength was also greater. The situation that Zhao Yuan and the others were in was already extremely precarious. Not saying a word, Yin Zhaoge immediately led Su Chuan and the others in killing their way into the battlefield from the side. Saving people was like putting out a fire. Yin Zhaoge did not hold anything back, the Jade Dragon sword dancing as it spiraled about, instantly causing the other side's forces to collapse like a collapsing mountain. As the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners killed their way before Zhao Yuan, this crown prince of the Eastern Tang smiled bitterly. Having heard that the Sacred Sun clan had increased their forces, we had already retreated as quickly as we could, but who knew that we would still be blocked? Yin Zhaoge thought to himself, Brother's route back to Jingyang City is one of the main targets of the enemy's blockade. Brother, you have been implicated by me this time. It will be hard for you to return to Jingyang City. You had better go somewhere else. As he said this, Broad Creed Mountain and the Eastern Tang martial practitioners joined forces, tearing apart the encirclement formed by the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners together, breaking out of their encirclement. Only after shaking off their pursuers did the two sides have the time to converse. As they walked, Zhao Yuan shook his head. Zhaoge, you having killed Xiao Shun, your name will definitely shake the heavens. It's just that the Sacred Sun clan's vengeance must also be careful. Implicated by me was not just referring to the Sacred Sun clan. As Yin Zhaoge was thinking this, his heart suddenly leapt. Ahu, Su Chuan, and the other Xiantian martial scholars all gazed into the distance. There a great golden sun slowly rose up from within the towering mountains. Within the great golden sun, a figure gradually appeared. It was a one-eyed old man with a square face and big ears, dressed in a golden robe. Chapter 87. Looking down from above, his gaze finally landed on Yin Zhaoge. As expected, you've come. Let's see where you can run off to this time. Yin Zhaoge, how dare you? First, you shielded my Sacred Sun clan's traitor disciple, and now you actually dare to kill a disciple of my Sacred Sun clan. You must pay with your life for Xiao Shun's. Being stared at by the other party, Yin Zhaoge's entire body heated up, feeling as though his internal organs were on fire, as though his entire body was about to combust. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change. What you mean is that I have to obediently stretch out my neck and let Xiao Shun kill me. Xiao Shun wants to kill me, so I kill him. It's that simple. The one-eyed elder raised his eyebrows, a fierce light appearing in his eyes. Looking at his expression, it was as though if the person before him was not Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge, but a martial practitioner from a small clan, dying at the hands of his Sacred Sun clan would be an honor. The other party stared coldly at Yin Zhaoge. Oh, then this old man will also kill you now. I want to see what you can do. Can you kill this old man? Yin Zhaoge smiled, not saying a word. A voice resounded from behind. You can't kill him. Amidst the surging winds and clouds, a powerful aura appeared. A figure walked through the air. When he had first spoken, he had still been quite a distance away, but before his words had landed, he had already neared. It was a wizened old man, his hands behind his back, his footsteps neither fast nor slow. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Elder, I'll be troubling you. The wizened old man waved his hands. It's fine. He came before the one-eyed elder, saying mildly, this old man also wants to see how you will kill my Broad Creed Mountain disciple in front of this old man. Seeing this wizened old man appear, Su Chuan instantly let out a sigh of relief. Our clan's reinforcements have also arrived. Young master, Yin indeed won't take the risk lightly. Everything he does, he has a card up his sleeve. The Sacred Sun clan's reinforcements had entered the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Having received the news that Yin Zhaoge had killed Xiao Shun, Broad Creed Mountain naturally wouldn't sit idly by. It was just that both sides needed some time to react. In comparison, while the Eastern Tang Kingdom was still in the Heaven Domain, it would still be easier for Broad Creed Mountain's reinforcements to arrive. However, the two sides were currently fighting on the battlefield, and it was difficult to distinguish one from the other. As for how one could accurately judge the other's movements and determine the other's position, that would depend on the strength of the respective powers in the Eastern Tang. From this perspective, with Zhao Yuan having met with danger and Yin Zhaoge having been ambushed, Yin Su at the very least had to bear the responsibility of not doing his job properly and not being able to properly investigate the enemy. Su Chuan felt a slight chill in his heart. Did Yin Su really do it on purpose? He's gone mad. Even if he argues that it was just a mistake, he still has to bear some responsibility. However, what caused Su Chuan to let out a sigh of relief was the fact that Yin Zhaoge had indeed long since been prepared for this. Taking the risk, he had gambled correctly. Looking at the Broad Creed Mountain Martial Grandmaster opposite him, that Sacred Sun Clan elder said coldly, "Our cultivation levels are similar. Can you protect him?" As he spoke, he raised his palm. The golden sunlight that filled the sky converged into a ball and gathered in the center of his palm. Then he slammed his palm down as if he was lifting up a sun and smashing it down. For him to execute the heaven-striking palm, it would be even more powerful than that martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun Clan of the Spirit Wind Canyon. Zhao Yuan and the others present were extremely nervous. Just as the one-eyed elder had said, with both sides having similar levels of strength, one side wanting to kill, the other wanting to protect. The protector would be placed in an absolutely disadvantageous position, with the initiative being in the hands of the enemy. It was even possible that because he was focused on protecting the target, he would be unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other, revealing a flaw in his defense, allowing the enemy to take advantage of it, causing him to lose himself instead. At that time, the protector and the person being protected would both become fish on the chopping board of the enemy, only able to die on the spot. That emaciated elder's expression, however, was calm and unhurried. Since this old man has appeared here, I have the confidence to protect the safety of my clan's disciples by myself. I dare not say much, but if it's just you, then it would indeed not be a problem. As he said this, that emaciated elder crossed his palms, the center of his palms turning a faint golden color. Numerous palm shadows spread out, enveloping the surrounding area. Numerous golden streaks of light intermingled in the air, resembling numerous golden ropes, binding the heavens and grabbing the earth. As the heaven-striking palm of the Sacred Sun Clan elder descended, it was trapped by those numerous golden ropes. The extremely tough, extremely fierce palm was also unceasingly worn down by the extremely soft, extremely tough force, unable to break free. Golden canopy palm? The one-eyed elder instantly raised his brows. The martial art that the other party was executing was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, the golden canopy palm of the 8 extreme arts. Watching from the side, Yin Zhaoge also nodded, thinking, nearing the point of perfection. In the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Yin Zhaoge had also seen Elder Kong execute this martial art. It had been even more profound and unfathomable, but that had mostly been because Elder Kong's cultivation base had been higher. In terms of attainments in the Golden Canopy Palm alone, this emaciated elder could already be said to be at the peak amongst those of the same cultivation level. After executing the Golden Canopy Palm, the emaciated elder's figure abruptly shook, resembling an ethereal, distant breeze, swift and agile. This was yet another supreme martial art of the 8 extreme arts, the wind-fire calamities. The fire calamity exerting force, the wind calamity movement technique. At this moment, the emaciated elder had even completely sealed off the path of his opponent's sneak attack with the leap of the rising sun. That Sacred Sun Clan elder was enraged to the point of erupting. The other party's strength was similar to his, but his fighting style was extremely flexible, causing him to be unable to exert his strength. It would be very difficult for the emaciated elder to defeat him, but he also had no way of breaking through his defenses, let alone victory. Even if he wanted to deal with Yin Zhaoge and the others, he could only stare helplessly. "Zhaoge, you guys leave this place first," the emaciated elder said mildly as he dispelled his opponent's attacks. Yin Zhaoge and the others immediately retreated, with the two martial grandmasters going all out in their battle. Just the aftershocks alone would be able to sweep through and destroy the surrounding area. However, they had not gone far when an irascible, ear-splitting voice suddenly resounded. "You can't leave." Hearing this voice, Yin Zhaoge instantly raised his brows. The ghost hatchet elder, Han Sheng. Under such a situation, he actually dares to appear? As the black fog surged, an old man with long hair and beard suddenly appeared. His terrifying aura was not inferior to that of the two martial grandmasters currently clashing here in the slightest. It was precisely the ghost hatchet elder, Han Sheng, who had briefly appeared in the Sealing Dragon Abyss back then and was somewhat related to Yi Jing. As the ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng appeared, his gaze also fell on Yin Zhaoge. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that within the other party's gaze, other than irascibility, there was also some greed and probing. "He wants a certain thing on me." Yin Zhaoge's thoughts flashed at lightning speed as he instantly came up with a guess. Not thinking carefully, Han Sheng had already let out an enraged roar, extending his palm as black chi agglomerated, a massive hand that obscured the heavens and concealed the sun grabbing down towards Yin Zhaoge's head. The emaciated elder instantly frowned as he executed the wind-fire calamities, his figure turning as he blocked before Han Sheng. His golden curtain palm expanded, instantly enveloping Han Sheng within as well. However, with him having to attend to one thing, the pressure on the Sacred Sun clan elder on the other side was instantly reduced greatly. Executing the leap of the rising sun, he forcibly bypassed the obstruction of the emaciated elder's golden curtain palm, shooting towards Yin Zhaoge. Sichuan's heart thumped as he looked at Yin Zhaoge with a pale face. Chapter 88. Fighting one against two. That broad Creed Mountain elder inevitably had the feeling that he was in dire straits. The wind calamity movement technique was already insufficient to help him obstruct the enemy. The elder sucked in a deep breath, an abnormal flush suddenly appearing on his shriveled face, resembling blazing fire burning the heavens. The elder's figure stood in midair, his small frame suddenly seeming as tall as the heavens and the earth. He pushed out with his palms, forcibly clashing with the one-eyed elder's heaven-striking palm. The ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng let out a piercing howl, his palms forming sabers as he chopped forward, resembling brandishing two great axes. Numerous streaks of black light condensed into numerous handleless flying axes, sweeping through the horizon like a hurricane. This was Han Sheng's special ability, the ghost hatchet palm. As the palm struck out, it revolved, strange and domineering, resembling the spinning of flying axes, specializing in breaking through the opponent's defenses. While domineering and sharp, it was also unpredictable, causing one to be unable to guard against it. While it seemed tough and domineering, it also contained a sinister hidden force, resembling the blade of a ghost or divinity secretly wielding an axe, causing one to be injured unknowingly. Even those with similar cultivation bases, if they didn't know about it, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Numerous black whirlwind flying axes either arced through strange arcs, avoiding the palm force of the broad Creed Mountain Elder's golden curtain palm, or spinning as they forcibly sliced apart those numerous golden ropes. Making use of the time when the broad Creed Mountain Elder was clashing with the Sacred Sun clan's one-eyed elder, Han Sheng's attacks obscured the heavens and covered the earth as they attacked towards Yin Zhaoge and the others. Yin Zhaoge could only feel black light flickering before his eyes, the scenery between the heavens and the earth seemingly shattering for a moment. Ghostly howls resounded by his ears, sharp and piercing, as though he had fallen into an endless hell. Ahu! Su Chuan and the others also felt the same. With a martial grandmaster expert making a move, let alone counterattacking, they didn't even know where to start talking about defending or evading. Young Master Yin, is this within your predictions? Hearing Su Chuan's bitter voice, Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. To be honest, not. Seeing Su Chuan smiling bitterly before him, Yin Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. The ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng can be considered an unexpected gain. Logically speaking, in the current environment of the three sacred grounds, if he and the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster were smart, they wouldn't have gotten themselves into these muddy waters. So, his appearance, I prefer to call it a surprise. Su Chuan was taken aback, as Yin Zhaoge said leisurely. Han Sheng has come to take revenge on me for that sworn brother of his. Yi Jing? Who are you trying to fool? He wants something from me. I don't know why, but it means that it's very important. The giant black axe was spinning at this moment and was already in front of him. Each of the giant axes looked larger than an ordinary house. They spun as if they could cut through the heavens and earth. Yin Zhaoge's expression, however, did not change as he snapped his fingers. That thing is even more important than what I already knew of, containing secrets that I did not know of before. Tell me, isn't this a surprise? Before he finished speaking, the situation suddenly changed. In the sky above everyone's heads, the clouds suddenly gathered and turned golden. In the center of the golden clouds, there seemed to be a giant vortex. Clouds condensed in the vortex, forming a giant foot that descended from the sky. The sole of the foot was so huge that it covered the sky and the earth, as if it was a gigantic god. As the giant foot descended, the heavens and the earth within a radius of 100 kilometers seemed to have been locked in place. The wind stopped blowing, the clouds stopped moving. Even the sunlight seemed to have transformed into a tangible, bright crystal. 100 kilometers away, a monstrous wave of air surged, expanding unceasingly in all directions, even the rocks of the mountain peaks shaking as if on the verge of collapse. Before the giant golden foot had even completely descended, the numerous heaven-splitting axes formed of Han Sheng's ghost axe palm also stopped spinning, strange and comical as they were locked in place in midair. Everyone raised their heads in shock to look at the sky. Only Yin Zhaoge and that martial grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain had their expressions as per usual. Looking at that giant golden foot, Yin Zhaoge smiled and bowed. Eldest apprentice uncle, you've come. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's form of address, everyone else was shocked. Han Sheng could only watch as the giant golden foot shook, as the black axes formed of his palm broke apart one by one. Iron Lion King Shurtai, that one-eyed elder of the Sacred Sun clan, was similarly shocked. Iron Lion, why has he appeared in the East Heaven region's Eastern Tang kingdom so quickly? That Broad Creed Mountain elder also felt surprised, Xiao Shun having been killed by Yin Zhaoge, while the Sacred Sun clan sent reinforcements as soon as possible. Isn't elder sure a little too fast? Su Chuan, Zhao Yuan, and the others were all overjoyed. Elder sure. While the newcomer had not shown his face, everyone present already knew his identity. One of the Broad Creed three heroes, the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall. A martial grandmaster expert renowned throughout the entire Eight Extremities world, the Iron Lion King, Shurtai. His cultivation base was even above that of Broad Creed Mountain's East Heaven region's first seat elder, Elder Qin, the Sacred Sun clan's East Rising Lord, and the others. While Shurtai had not shown his face, with his actions, no one had any doubts about him. A deep, resounding voice resounded from within the clouds. Let's settle the matter before us before we continue our conversation. Saying thus, that giant golden foot continued descending. Below the giant foot, the space shook unceasingly. Looking from afar, it seemed distorted, as though it might collapse at any moment. The giant foot formed of the clouds was currently condensed to the point of resembling Vajra. As this foot descended, it trampled everything in its path. Everything it came into contact with was trampled into smithereens. The ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng had long since turned tail and fled. The person before him was not the Yin Su who had been unable to do anything to him despite his enmity with him. Rather, it was an existence much stronger than Yin Su. However, the more Han Sheng ran, the slower his body became, the heavier it became. Focusing his gaze, he found that it was as though he was walking on the spot, completely unable to move in the slightest. A short distance, yet a distance as far as the horizon. Standing by the side, Yin Zhaoge and the others saw that giant golden foot descend from the heavens, trampling the ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng, this martial grandmaster, beneath its foot. The giant golden foot formed of the clouds changed illusory, directly transforming into a cage, suppressing and capturing Han Sheng. Within the sky, the clouds dissipated, gradually revealing a person. The newcomer was tall, even half a head taller than Ahu, who had already been big in the first place. His skin was dark, resembling bronze. As he stood there, his tall frame resembled a black iron tower that had been forged from iron. He had a square face, his facial features as though they had been carved by a knife or hatchet. While not all that handsome, he was masculine and mighty to the extreme. The newcomer's appearance had long since spread throughout the world. It was precisely the first seat of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall, Shurtai. That Sacred Sun clan elder's face was ugly to the extreme. If Shurtai had been at Broad Creed Mountain earlier, rushing over after receiving the news of Xiaoshin's death, he shouldn't have been this fast. Was he already in the East Heaven region before this? Or is it to say, he had long since moved here? Standing where he was, Yin Zhaoge looked leisurely at the other party. He saw that one-eyed elder's gaze suddenly turn towards him, as though he wanted to devour him. Chapter 89. The reason was naturally something else, but it had originally been for Yin Su's sake. Now, however, it just so happened to deal with the Sacred Sun clan's plans. As compared to the experts of the Sacred Sun clan who had long since arrived, Shurtai had not arrived much later in the Eastern Tang. Yin Zhaoge looked towards the sky. The black-faced, burly Shurtai, while suppressing and capturing the ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng, also directly reached out and grabbed towards that Sacred Sun clan elder. Seeing this, the one-eyed elder roared furiously, "Shurtai, you dare?" Shurtai's face was expressionless, resembling a rock that would never change even after 10,000 years. Why wouldn't I dare? Those of your Sacred Sun clan causing trouble in my heaven domain will have to pay the price. The one-eyed elder said furiously, your Broad Creed Mountain took my Sacred Sun clan's traitorous disciple, and your disciple Yin Zhaoge even killed my Sacred Sun clan's direct disciple Xiaoshan. Do you think that this matter will be let off so easily? Shurtai said coldly. Lecherous, frivolous, and unrestrained, intending to forcibly defile a fellow disciple. Your Sacred Sun clan favors this kind of trash. That Xiaoshan deserves this retribution. As he spoke, Shurtai extended his right hand, his palm like colored glass, emitting a bright golden light from within, resembling Vajra. The all-encompassing winds and clouds surged once more, the golden clouds transforming into a massive palm that filled up the sky, grabbing towards that one-eyed elder. Good. Shurtai, if you have the ability, when you see my Sacred Sun clan's clan chief, you can also spout such nonsense. The one-eyed elder howled hatefully, his body turning hurriedly as he executed the great sun rising rampage, fleeing into the distance. Han Sheng, whose cultivation base was not much lower than his, had been captured alive by Shurtai in a single exchange. Even the East Rising Lord was not Shurtai's match. The one-eyed elder would even less hope that he would be able to resist Shurtai. He could only hope that he could escape now. The Sacred Sun clan's great sun rising rampage was famed under the heavens. In terms of movement speed, he was much, much stronger than the ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng. Let alone Huang Su. Even if Huang Guanlia was here, this sure would say the same thing. This sure has always been soft in everything but my bones. Even if his body's bones were shattered, I would still say the same thing. Shurtai's tone was calm, but it naturally revealed an extremely resolute will. The giant golden hand formed by the clouds seemed to be infinitely large, stretching all the way to the horizon. However fast that sacred Sun Clan elder's rising sun traversing the heavens was, however unstoppable, it was ultimately still unable to escape Sure Tai's palm. The giant hand descended and instantly pressed down on the one-eyed old man. The one-eyed old man and the ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng both activated their spirit weapons, one middle grade and one low grade, as they struggled madly. However, the cage formed by the golden clouds firmly suppressed and captured them, leaving them no chance of escaping. Looking at Sure Tai's palm that had returned to its normal state, Yin Zhaoga clicked his tongue in admiration, only cultivating in a single martial Dao his entire life. Eldest apprentice uncle has really focused all his heart on it, practicing it to the extreme. Ahu, Su Chuan, and the others nodded in agreement. Broad Creed mountain martial scholars like Yin Zhaoga, of the 8 extreme arts, all cultivated in the Big Dipper sword and the Tishita palm. Martial grandmasters like Yin Su and even Elder Qin and Elder Kong also cultivated in various peak martial arts of Broad Creed Mountain, even cultivating in martial arts outside of it. It was just that of the many martial arts they cultivated in, only 1 or 2 were their main ones, the ones they were most proficient in, the others being minor ones for reference. This not only raised the martial practitioner's overall strength, at the same time, it was also beneficial to their own understanding of the martial Tao. At their level, how to balance the importance of things and how to allocate their time was something that most people knew very well in their hearts. In the entire Broad Creed Mountain, of the martial grandmasters, Sure Tai was the only exception. When he was young and his cultivation was still low, he had only focused on cultivating in a single basic martial art. After his cultivation had increased, he had still only cultivated in one of the 8 extreme arts, the Vajra body. He had trained in this for over 100 years. Sure Tai had gone through many trials and tribulations, from a young disciple of Broad Creed Mountain to his current position of being one of the clan's bigwigs, but had only cultivated in a single martial art. In terms of strength, Yin Zhaoga's father, Yin Di, was even above his eldest apprentice brother Sure Tai. He was proficient in all of the 8 extreme arts, one of only 4 people of Broad Creed Mountain in the current world. However, in terms of attainments in the Vajra body alone, facing Sure Tai, even Yin Di would have to sigh in admiration. Sure Tai's attainments in this martial art had long since surpassed all of Broad Creed Mountain's previous generations, fully deserving of being the number 1 person in all of history. Under his constant research, the diamond body was continuously improved, and he surpassed his predecessors by eliminating the impurities and retaining the essence. In the past, the 8 extreme arts stood side by side. Now, of the 8 extreme arts, the Vajra was number 1. This reputation had been created by Sure Tai, his face expressionless. After having captured Han Sheng and that one-eyed elder, Sure Tai descended from the sky, coming before Yin Zhaoga and the others. Yin Zhaoga smiled. I've troubled eldest apprentice uncle. Sure Tai nodded. You also need to have the guts. Zhaoga, you've done very well. Yin Zhaoga smiled, his expression calm, but Su Chuan by the side was secretly speechless. With Sure Tai's reputation, it was very rare for him to praise others. Being able to receive a not bad evaluation from him was already extremely rare. Praising Yin Zhaoga as very well as he did now was practically as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Let's leave this place first. Don't leak the news that I've already arrived in the Eastern Tang, Sure Tai said. Yin Zhaoga nodded. This is only natural. Sure Tai swiveled his head to look at that emaciated Broad Creed Mountain elder. I'll have to trouble Elder Een to look after the other disciples of our clan, as well as the Eastern Tang Royal Eldest Sons group. The emaciated elder had already retracted his shocked expression, not asking any further as he nodded, replying, Leave it to this old man. The group immediately left. Sure Tai and Yin Zhaoga, however, did not immediately move. Sure Tai gazed towards the distant horizon. Yin Su, do you have anything to say? Over the horizon, a glazed golden light suddenly lit up, enveloping the surrounding area, resembling a barrier, isolating the outside world from the outside world. Brought along by Shirtai, Yin Zhaoga and Ahu strode out a few steps, arriving at the edge of the barrier. This barrier was formed of Shirtai's powerful martial arts. Before this, it had completely vanished into nothingness, causing others to be unable to detect it. While it couldn't obstruct experts of the same cultivation level, when it enveloped the surrounding area, even if the Ghost Hatchet Elder, Han Sheng, and the others had tried to escape, they would still have collided head-on with this barrier, their path forward blocked. At this moment, someone had been obstructed by the barrier, only able to awkwardly remain where he was, unable to advance or retreat. That person was precisely Yin Su. He had not approached them earlier, only observing the situation from afar. If Yin Zhaoga's group had died at the hands of Han Sheng and the Sacred Sun clan experts, it would naturally have been the best outcome for him. If Yin Zhaoga had been fortunate enough to break out of the encirclement, he might have had to personally take action. But seeing Shirtai make his move, Yin Su's heart instantly turned cold. Compared to what he had expected, Shirtai had arrived much earlier. At the first instant, Yin Su knew that things were not good and prepared to turn and flee. However, he discovered that Shirtai's fist intent had long since enveloped the surrounding area, restricting the heavens and the earth. Not just Han Sheng and the others. Even Yin Su had not discovered that he had long since been trapped like a turtle in a jar. Suppressed by Shirtai's fist intent, he wanted to leave, but was unable to do so. Wanting to take the initiative to reveal himself and conceal his actions, he was also unable to move. Chapter 90. Yin Zhaoga and Shirtai came before Yin Su, who said smilingly, "Elder Yin, long time no see." Shirtai glanced at Yin Su indifferently. "We'll talk as we walk." The few of them set off, with Yin Su following silently behind Shirtai. The disappearance of a martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan, without leaving any traces behind at all, would instead appear abnormal, arousing suspicion. Under the condition of not revealing his identity and cultivation base, Shirtai had intentionally left behind some traces for the Sacred Sun clan to track. From these marks, it seemed that more than one martial grandmaster with similar cultivation as the one-eyed old man had attacked together. On one hand, it was to conceal his arrival, and on the other hand, it was to continue casting a long line to catch a big fish. Shirtai first looked at the Ghost Hatchet Elder, Han Sheng. "Han Sheng, you joined the Decimating Abyss organization and caused chaos in hell. Your intentions are deserving of death." The Ghost Hatchet Elder said hatefully, "The human world is like hell. What's the difference? Why do you have to be so high and mighty? It's just that you guys are stronger. Hell will open, and the 9 serenities will descend. We'll destroy this world and create a new one. When that time comes, we'll see who's the ruler." Han Sheng bellowed angrily, "I've lost to you guys this time, so I have nothing to say. But Shirtai, don't get too full of yourself. This isn't over yet." Shirtai said calmly, "The changes in hell have temporarily calmed down, but I can also imagine that you people won't stop just like that. Your attack this time is a sign, right?" Han Sheng sneered and kept his mouth shut. He simply stopped struggling and closed his eyes, motionless. Yin Zhaoga suddenly said, "You want something from me, right?" Shirtai looked at Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga returned a reassuring look before taking out something, waving it in front of Han Sheng. It was precisely the small metal plate that was related to the glacial dragon martial saint's inheritance that Yi Jing had obtained. From Yin Zhaoga's point of view, Han Sheng's expression did not change in the slightest, his gaze also not wavering in the slightest, his breathing and heartbeat also normal. The way he looked at her was filled with disdain and inexplicable. However, Shirtai's gaze suddenly turned sharp. His cultivation was far higher than Han Sheng's, and at this moment, he was using his own strength to imprison Han Sheng. He could clearly feel the fluctuations in Han Sheng's emotions and the changes that had occurred. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoga smiled but did not speak. Shirtai similarly stared at Han Sheng. Seeing this, Han Sheng snorted. He still did not say anything, but his arrogance immediately diminished. Yin Zhaoga threw up the small metal plate, which rose into midair before descending. Yin Zhaoge caught hold of it once more. The demonic shadow you used to disturb the sealing dragon abyss has nothing special, and it has long since left my hands. Apart from that, we don't have any interaction or contact. If I must say that he is related, then it would be my junior brother from the same sect, your sworn brother, Yi Jing. Yin Zhaoge stroked the small metal plate with his finger. The only thing I obtained from junior apprentice brother Yi Jing was this small metal plate. Therefore, I can only assume that the thing you want from me is this thing. Then, Senior Han, is it convenient for you to tell us what you want this thing for? Yin Zhaoge looked at Han Sheng. This thing is related to the glacial dragon martial saint, but exactly how much of a connection it is, and how much of the glacial dragon martial saint's legacy it can obtain, are all unknown. Currently, in the lands of the Eastern Tang, the heroes of my broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan, and Infinite Boundless Mountain have all gathered. You having disturbed the sealing dragon abyss, and being the target of all, no one would mind taking care of you first. Under such circumstances, you still dare to take such a huge risk and appear. Yin Zhaoge laughed. Let me guess. Could it be that you have accurate information related to this metal plate, that you can obtain something that can help you further complete that so-called grand wish of yours? This thing, related to hell, can help you and your companions complete the plan? Hearing his words, Han Sheng directly closed his eyes, only opening his mouth after a long time. This old man's skills were inferior to yours, and I was captured by you all. There's nothing else to be said. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Shi Tai. Eldest apprentice uncle, I originally thought that this was only an uncertain, fortuitous encounter, with me taking it for myself. However, from the looks of it now, it is of great importance. Broad Creed Mountain allowed its disciples to enjoy their fortuitous encounters alone. If a disciple felt that they could not handle it, they could also seek help from the clan, sharing it together. However, if the matter concerned the likes of the Flame Devil World, Hell, or other sacred grounds, it would be a different matter altogether. Shi Tai said, "It's fine. We'll talk about it after the dust is settled. If it's related to the decimating Abyss organization and Hell, the clan will handle it. If it's related to the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint, the clan will not take it for you." The so-called decimating Abyss organization was the organization that the Ghost Hatchet Elder Han Sheng was in. Previously, after the cleanup and capture of the Eastern Tang, most of its middle and lower level members had been captured, and Han Sheng was currently the strongest expert of the organization that had been captured. Whether it was Yin Zhaoge or Shi Tai, they both had high hopes for him, preparing to pry open Han Sheng's mouth and dig out even more valuable information. Shi Tai said, "This time, you were willing to take a risk. Let's not talk about whether you will succeed or fail in the future. At least Han Sheng's capture is of great significance. It is already a great merit. You first rescued the Zhao King of the Eastern Tang from danger, then assisted him in wresting back control of the Jingyang Grand Formation. Your merit cannot go unnoticed either. In a battle, it's either you die or I die. You killing Xiao Shun cannot be counted as your fault." Looking at Yin Zhaoge, a hint of warmth surfaced within Shi Tai's usually cold and resolute gaze. Currently, you have already performed 3 great merits. The clan will reward you for all of them. Thinking about it, you have only been in the Eastern Tang for slightly more than half a year, yet you have consecutively performed great merits, your merit being outstanding. This is still the first time I have seen such a frequency and efficiency since I have been in charge of the disciplinary hall. Yin Zhaoge said, "Eldest apprentice uncle overpraises me. Don't lie before the true. This time, the Ghost Hatchet Elder being captured was an unexpected surprise." Saying so, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth curled up slightly. Also, for things to have gone so smoothly, I still have to thank the cooperation of others. Shi Tai said mildly. Indeed, their cooperation was very good. The gazes of the two fell on Yin Su. Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart. "Elder Yin, as far as I know, because you were rushing to rescue Zhao Sheng, you shouldn't have had the time to come here, right?" At this moment, Yin Su had already completely calmed down, his expression calm. After this old man saved the Eastern Tang's 3rd prince, I rushed over here at top speed. Sadly, I was a step too late. He bowed towards Sure Tai. Fortunately, Elder Sure and the clan's other experts arrived, defeating the Sacred Sun clan and Old Monster Han. Sure Tai looked straight at Yin Su. Seeing that I was here, why did you run? Yin Su said slowly. This subordinate did not handle matters well, not properly investigating the enemy, resulting in the Sacred Sun clan rampantly rampaging through the territory of the Heaven Domain that our clan governs. My Broad Creed Mountain's fellow disciples having come to reinforce us, yet lagged behind the Sacred Sun clan's martial practitioners in terms of mobilization. This subordinate bears a responsibility that cannot be shirked. This subordinate had originally already been feeling uneasy. Suddenly seeing Elder Sure, I felt even more ashamed and panicked, unable to help but cover my face and leave. On one hand, I was ashamed and had no face to show. On the other, I also wanted to make up for my mistake as quickly as possible, urging my subordinates to quickly gather intelligence on the Sacred Sun clan's side in preparation for our clan's counterattack. Yin Su bowed deeply towards Sure Tai. This subordinate did not handle matters well, being mediocre and muddle-headed. I am willing to accept all punishment. Looking at Yin Su, Yin Zhaoga thought to himself that this old man was really a hoodlum. He would first take the initiative to admit his small mistakes, while when it came to the truly big problems, he would just push them away. What Sure Tai hated the most in his life were people who were incapable of doing things, pushing away their responsibilities. Yin Su's words would undoubtedly cause Sure Tai to have an extremely bad impression of him. Even if he was temporarily let off in order to resist the Sacred Sun clan, Yin Su would definitely not have it easy afterwards. However, compared to Yin Su's true intentions, this kind of mistake did not count for much. It was just that Sure Tai was not easy to fool. Chapter 91. Its raw materials were scarce, and its production was not easy, so it was extremely rare. Taken from the meaning of the miniature within a 1,000 Li household pouch, it was similar to Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed. The shadow-shrinking pouch formed a space of its own, able to hold a large amount of things, and also allow living beings to temporarily reside within. Sure Tai's cultivation was high, and his senses were extremely acute. While Yin Su tried his best to conceal it, he was still unable to hide it from him. On the way here, this subordinate inadvertently discovered our clan's previously missing disciple, Yi Jing. Yin Su's expression was as per usual as he said candidly. At the time, he had already fallen unconscious, so this subordinate saved him. Because I had to rush here to reinforce him, not daring to delay, I temporarily placed him within the shadow, shrinking pouch. As he said this, Yin Su took out a small pouch. The pouch was black in color, with a golden rope tied around its mouth. From the outside, there did not seem to be anything special about it. However, as Yin Su untied the golden rope, the mouth of the pouch opened, and a golden stream of qi instantly spurted out from within. Accompanied by the golden stream of qi, a figure appeared before Yin Zhaoga and the others. Yin Zhaoga laughed soundlessly. That person was currently still unconscious, the back of his hands, neck, and cheeks that were exposed outside of his clothes, all having patterns that resembled flames. Who else could it be but Yi Jing? Sure Tai's gaze fell on Yi Jing. While it was just a glance, Yi Jing instantly awoke. The awoken Yi Jing's gaze initially revealed a blank look, but he very quickly regained clarity as he warily observed his surroundings. When he saw Yin Zhaoga, his eyes instantly turned crimson as blood, as though there were flames burning within them. With a whoosh, he was about to leap up from the ground. Sure Tai frowned slightly, not moving at all, but Yi Jing was frozen where he was, unable to move at all, only able to straighten his neck and glare furiously at Yin Zhaoga. My name is Sure Tai. You're also a disciple of our clan. You should know my identity, Sure Tai said calmly. I'm the first seed of our clan's disciplinary hall, in charge of the clan's laws and punishments. If you feel that you have suffered injustice, you can say it clearly here. If the truth is present, you will not suffer any grievances. Yi Jing panted heavily, staring at Sure Tai with wide eyes, saying loudly, The people of Broad Creed Mountain are all jackals of the same tribe as the Yin father and son. His father is a first seed elder like you. How could you not be biased towards him? How could you possibly uphold justice for me, offending his father for me? Yin Su was silent at the side, but seeing Yi Jing's reaction, he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. If it weren't for Elder Shi, your attitude would have already offended him. Just as Yin Su expected, Shirtai really didn't care about Yi Jing's attitude. His tone did not fluctuate in the slightest as he said, "I will not offend junior apprentice brother Yin for you, or for anyone else. However, for the sake of the justice of the clan, for the sake of justice for the hearts of the people, I do not mind offending anyone. I watched Zhaoga grow up, but it is precisely because of this that I cannot tolerate him making a mistake. But if it's proven that someone made a false accusation, they'll be treated as an accomplice." Shirtai said calmly, "I only look at the truth. His might was as heavy as a mountain, as deep as the sea. Just by standing there calmly, he intimidated Yi Jing into silence. His calm words were like 1,000 caddies, hammering on the hearts of everyone present." Yi Jing sucked in a deep breath, glaring furiously at Yin Zhaoga. "That year, before I'd entered the clan, he came to the Eastern Tang and snatched away my childhood sweetheart. Afterwards, when I entered Broad Creed Mountain, he viewed me as a thorn in his side. While tempering in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, he wanted to kill me, but also didn't want to leave behind any traces. Therefore, he set up a scheme, wanting to borrow the hands of others to kill me, pulling up the weeds by the roots. Having failed in one scheme, he came up with another, throwing his internal crystal furnace into the Sealing Dragon Abyss, causing me to perish. I was lucky, not dying. In a glacial dragon freezing pond, he tried to kill me again, harming me time and time again. The two of us are irreconcilable." Yin Zhaoga stood calmly by the side, looking at Yi Jing with neither joy nor anger in his gaze. Shirtai looked over. "Zhaoga, what do you have to say?" Yin Zhaoga said calmly, "That year, it was junior apprentice sister Lin herself who made the choice. I did not take the initiative to interfere between the two of them. That time with the glacial dragonbone soul, it was because he had previously, without distinguishing between right and wrong, heavily injured junior apprentice brother Lon of the same clan. It was indeed on purpose that I taught him a lesson. As for what happened in the Sealing Dragon Abyss before, I submitted a detailed report to the clan. I believe that eldest apprentice uncle has seen it before." Shirtai nodded. Yin Zhaoga continued, "The person the Crimson Spirit Flag Master wanted to kill was me. I had no way of influencing his actions. Even if I had known beforehand that the Crimson Spirit Flag Master had relied on the seed of Leaf Flame, True Fire, to locate me from the Sealing Dragon Abyss, making use of it to set up a trap." Yin Zhaoga looked at Yi Jing. "You going to snatch the seed of Leaf Flame, True Fire was not something I could influence. You were interested in my target, the seed of Leaf Flame, True Fire. I had been completely unaware of it before. How could I have schemed against you?" Yi Jing stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoga, his breathing getting rougher and rougher. Yin Zhaoga shook his head. "Of course, I won't deny that even without the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, I would still have taught you to be more sensible in the future. However, at that time, it was not worth it for me to kill you. You were not worth me making a move on." Yi Jing's breathing stopped, the fury and hatred within his gaze instantly blazing even more intensely. Yin Zhaoga met his gaze calmly, his gaze gradually turning cold. "As for what happened after you fell into the abyss, it's very simple. The two of us will perform a blood soul recollection ceremony. Reenact the scene at that time. Eldest apprentice uncle will be the judge." "I don't care at all. Do you dare?" Yi Jing blurted out, "Let's do it." Yin Zhaoga shrugged, turning and bowing towards Shirtai. "Eldest apprentice uncle, please take charge." Shirtai did not speak, directly flicking his finger as a streak of light shot into the horizon, transforming into a pillar of light within the air, enveloping both Yin Zhaoga and Yi Jing. Yin Zhaoga neither hurriedly nor slowly pricked his finger, a drop of fresh blood seeping out, transforming into a thread of blood as it flew into the air. Guided by that thread of blood, Yin Zhaoge vaguely felt as though his soul had left his body, ascending to a higher level. On the other side, Yi Jing, under Shi Tai's guidance, also did the same. Shi Tai said, silently recalling that moment in your heart, it does not depend on what you saw, but rather on the scale of the scene of time. The ritual will naturally discard the unreality caused by the biased emotions in your hearts, as well as the truth that you intentionally ignored. The next moment, in the sky up above, a mirror of light slowly descended. Within the mirror of light, an image shockingly appeared, truly reenacting that scene in the sealing dragon abyss back then. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change. Yin Su shook his head slightly. Yi Jing's eyes turned even redder. Shi Tai, on the other hand, looked at the terrifying aura surging from the dark red ring on Yi Jing's hand, as well as the illusory figure of the giant divinity of flame within the light, slightly entranced. After a while, Yi Jing recovered, roaring furiously. You're lying. You are indeed the same kind of trash as Lan Wenyin and Lin Yuxiao, favoring and shielding this dog Yin Zhaoge. You must have intentionally thrown down that internal crystal furnace to harm me. Shi Tai's expression gradually turned solemn as his gaze swept over, pressuring Yi Jing to the point that he was unable to move. The Blood Soul Recollection ceremony can indeed be faked, Shi Tai said calmly. But there is only one possibility, that is that the two parties involved had colluded together beforehand. Yi Jing, did you collude with Zhaoge before this? Hearing his words, Yi Jing was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he panted heavily, the fiery light within his eyes growing stronger and stronger as his rationality and clarity had already disappeared. The patterns of flame on his body grew even more dazzling, as though they were about to truly transform into blazing flames. Chapter 92. Yin Zhaoge looked at Yi Jing, who looked like he wanted to devour him whole. After hearing his question, complex emotions surfaced in his eyes, which had originally been gradually losing all rationality. Anger, regret, unwillingness, longing, hatred, loathing, disgust, and so on. However, these emotions were also very quickly swallowed up by the flames of fury. Yi Jing clenched his teeth, staring fixedly at Yin Zhaoge. However, he did not answer the question, only repeatedly repeating, because of you, everything was because of you. Seeing this, Yin Su's expression did not change, but deep within his eyes, a look of disappointment could not be concealed. Mud can never hold up a wall. Previously, when he had found Yi Jing, he had not revealed his identity, only telling Yi Jing that he could help him take revenge. However, he needed Yi Jing to cooperate with him. The ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng had been drawn over through Yi Jing. Han Sheng making a move was a pleasant surprise for Yin Su. Yin Zhaoge dying at Han Sheng's hands, and Han Sheng being killed by a Broadcreed Mountain expert afterwards, as Yin Su saw it, was the most perfect result. If he had to personally kill Yin Zhaoge, Yi Jing would have it come in handy. However, from the looks of it now, Yi Jing would not be of any use at all. He had clearly already taught him to push the blame for Lin Yuxiao's death onto Yin Zhaoge's head. However, Yi Jing, whose mind had been clouded by rage, did not seem to think that this was a good idea. As he saw it, what need was there to frame someone? Everything that had happened today had been caused by Yin Zhaoge in the first place. Looking at Yi Jing, Yin Su shook his head deeply within his heart. A person who had lost their rationality was easy to bewitch, but such a person was similarly easy to lose control of himself, causing some unexpected accidents to occur. The principal elder of the Eastern Tang was now deeply feeling the pain of having a pig-headed teammate. Looking at Yi Jing's appearance, Shi Tai also shook his head within his heart. Affected by the cultivation technique that had reconstructed his body, Yi Jing's emotions had become extremely unstable. He was irritable and easily angered, finding it hard to maintain his calm. Did he really not understand everything that had happened in the sealing dragon abyss that day? Not necessarily. It was more that he was not willing to believe it. At the end of the day, it was just that he could not accept it, believing that he should not have suffered a tribulation for no reason at all, especially right in front of Yin Zhaoge. Having suffered a tribulation, Someone must have harmed him. Other than Yin Zhaoge, whom he already had relations with. Was there any other possible candidate? From a certain point of view, he was just venting his anger and looking for a place to vent. In the end, she felt that as the victim, she absolutely could not lower her head in front of the perpetrator. She had to seek justice for herself and return everything that she had suffered to the enemy. It was just that in this constant process of self-hypnosis, Yi Jing's mood became more and more unstable. He became more and more manic, and the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger and stronger. From the victim that he thought he was, step by step, he became someone who harmed others and became more and more unscrupulous. Shirtai very rarely felt the emotion of regret, but right now, he really had some doubts. Was the person that he had originally taken a fancy to and had the intention to take in as a disciple really this Yi Jing before his eyes? After hearing Yin Zhaoge's question, all of Yi Jing's reactions had fallen into his eyes. Naturally, he could tell that Yi Jing's so-called because of you stemmed from anger and resentment, and not from accusing Yin Zhaoge of murder. Yi Jing stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge, hissing, "If not for being bewitched by you, how could you, Xiao, not have left with me?" Yin Zhaoge came before him, looking down at him. "Not going with you, so you definitely won't let her go with me?" Yi Jing snorted, his eyes bloodshot, his rationality and clarity completely disappearing once more. "Those who stand on your side are my enemies." Yin Zhaoge looked at him, his tone calm, yet causing one to feel a bone-deep chill. "Very good. Prepare to pay with your life for junior apprentice Sister Lin." Yi Jing roared angrily. "You're not allowed to mention her. If not for you that year, none of this would have happened." Yin Zhaoge, however, no longer paid him any attention. Instead, looking at Yin Su, Yi Jing does not know the Tishita palm. Although the technique he currently cultivates in is very strange, containing the force of fire within it, it is completely different from the Tishita palm. Elder Yin, as the first person to discover junior apprentice Sister Lin's corpse, I would like to ask, who caused the Tishita palm wounds on junior apprentice Sister Lin's body? Shirtai similarly looked at Yin Su. Under the gazes of Yin Zhaoge and Shirtai, Yin Su was silent for a moment before he raised his eyes, his gaze calm. It was caused by this old man. He said slowly, "The competition between Elder Yin and Elder Fong grew more intense by the day, and this old man was momentarily blinded by greed, intending to use Yin Zhaoge to deal a blow to Elder Yin. With Yin Zhaoge's crime confirmed, not only would Elder Yin lose all face, he would also gain the reputation of not teaching his son properly. How could such a person inherit the position of clan chief?" Yin Su said calmly. In this way, the old clan chief, Elder Shi, as well as the other higher echelon experts of the clan, would all have a much lower opinion of Elder Yin and his father. Elder Fong's path to the position of clan chief would then be much smoother. In the future, this old man would also be able to obtain many benefits. This is being blinded by greed. This is the first sin. Other than that, a junior like Yin Zhaoge has contradicted this old man time and time again, causing this old man to be filled with a belly full of resentment. If I don't vent it, I won't feel at ease, intentionally making things difficult for him, teaching him a lesson. This is being blinded by hatred. This is the second sin. Yin Su's tone was calm and without fluctuations. As a principal elder, this old man has committed many grave sins. I am willing to step down from my position and head to the disciplinary hall to receive my punishment. No matter what punishment the clan imposes, this old man will have no objections. Now that our clan is at odds with the Sacred Sun clan, I do not dare to continue remaining in the Eastern Tang. I sincerely request to head to the front lines of the conflict between the South Heaven region and the Fire Domain, fighting against the enemies of the Sacred Sun clan. If this old life of mine is thrown away there, it can also be considered as paying for this sin. I hope that Elder Shi will allow it." Shirtai looked at him silently, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, not saying a word. Looking at Yin Su, Yin Zhaoge asked, "Elder Yin, is that all?" Yin Su said mildly, "This old man has admitted to my wrongdoings in front of a junior like you. This old face of mine has already been stripped clean. What else is there to hide? Yin Zhaoga sneered, but his gaze was a little cold. Elder Yan's ability to catch the big and let go of the small is deeply worth learning from. However, I would like to ask you, how do the movements of me and Elder Su's group fall into the Sacred Sun Clan's grasp? Yin Su's expression did not change. This old man is also very curious about this point. He looked at Yin Zhaoga. Are you hinting that this old man intentionally leaked the information to the Sacred Sun Clan, intending to kill you with a borrowed knife, sending you to your death? This old man admits that regarding your matter, I was a little narrow-minded, but it was still not to the extent of wanting your life. This old man had no reason to do so. As for this old man appearing here, as I said just now, it was because I had hurried over to provide assistance. Yin Su looked at Yin Zhaoga. You said that this old man wanted to harm your life. This is truly as good as wanting to pin a crime on someone. Yin Zhaoga was surprised. The evidence is irrefutable. Looking at Yin Su, Shi Tai slowly shook his head. Elder Yin, seeing that I have appeared here, are you still hoping for a fluke? Yin Su's expression did not change, but his heart sunk. Shi Tai similarly did not speak any further, only leading the group through the clouds, flying over the great earth, very quickly arriving at a manor where they landed. Seeing this manor, Yin Su's expression instantly dimmed slightly. Outside the manor stood a person, a hale and hearty old man. It was precisely the East disciplinary elder who had visited the Eastern Tang half a year ago for Yin Zhaoga's sake. The disciplinary elder bowed towards Shi Tai. First seat, when we arrived, the other party was just about to silence them. Two of them could not be saved. However, the others have already all been captured. After preliminary interrogation, it is already sufficient to convict Yin Su of colluding with the Sacred Sun Clan, divulging the whereabouts of our clan's disciples. Chapter 93. Firstly, a book friend had helped to set up a VIP book friend group. The group number was 517/425/679. To join the group, verification was required. The detailed rules could be found in the pinned post in the book review section. Friends who want to join the group, please leave a message in the pinned post in the book review section. Everyone is welcome to come and play. I will also pop up from time to time. Secondly, there will be an additional update tomorrow. Thirdly, and most importantly, I'm looking for recommendation votes. Please collect. Thank you, everyone. It was naturally impossible for Yin Su to contact the Sacred Sun Clan himself. Otherwise, if he were to leave behind a handle in the Sacred Sun Clan, how would he be able to continue staying in Broad Creed Mountain in the future? Although being a martial grandmaster was Yin Su's greatest asset, he was still a martial grandmaster. Previously, he had been in charge of this area and had access to a lot of useful information. But unless he had no other choice, Yin Su would definitely not think of betraying the clan and seeking refuge in the Sacred Sun Clan. All of his other foundations would be lost, and he would have to start from scratch again. Arriving at the Sacred Sun Clan, as an outsider, no matter how much they treated him well, he would have no hope of truly entering their inner circle. As a result, Yin Su had gone through a number of procedures to send news to the Sacred Sun Clan, preventing the other party from investigating. Even if the Sacred Sun Clan received the news, it would also be very difficult to trace it back to him. Therefore, confronting that elder of the Sacred Sun Clan who had been captured by Shi Tai, Yin Su was not worried at all. But in the end, all of this had to be handled by Yin Su's own trusted aide. This manor was Yin Su's own secret property, but in the end, it couldn't be hidden from Shi Tai. Yin Su let out a long sigh towards the heavens. Shi Tai's unexpected appearance in the Eastern Tang had already caused him to feel that it would be difficult for him to escape this time. However, he still harbored the thought of a fluke, unwilling to give up that one in a million hope. As long as he wasn't killed by Shi Tai on the spot and wasn't imprisoned in the Heaven-Sealing Gorge, he still had hope. While the crime of colluding with the Sacred Sun Clan in an attempt to kill with a borrowed knife could not be ascertained, the crime of merely framing Yin Zhaoga due to factional infighting was still something that he could bear. Although he would definitely be removed from his position as a principal elder, he would most likely have a chance to redeem himself on the battlefield. then he would have a chance to escape. He no longer had any hopes of making a comeback in Broad Creed Mountain. He could only really betray the Sacred Sun clan. But now, all hope had been shattered. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Yin Su's gaze was deep and distant that it was naturally impossible for Yin Su to contact the Sacred Sun clan himself. Otherwise, if he were to leave behind a handle in the Sacred Sun clan, how would he be able to continue staying in Broad Creed Mountain in the future? Although being a martial grandmaster was Yin Su's greatest asset, he was still a martial grandmaster. Previously, he had been in charge of this area and had access to a lot of useful information. But unless he had no other choice, Yin Su would definitely not think of betraying the clan and seeking refuge in the Sacred Sun clan. All of his other foundations would be lost, and he would have to start from scratch again. Arriving at the Sacred Sun clan, as an outsider, no matter how much they treated him well, he would have no hope of truly entering their inner circle. As a result, Yin Su had gone through a number of procedures to send news to the Sacred Sun clan, preventing the other party from investigating. Even if the Sacred Sun clan received the news, it would also be very difficult to trace it back to him. Therefore, confronting that elder of the Sacred Sun clan who had been captured by Shi Tai, Yin Su was not worried at all. But in the end, all of this had to be handled by Yin Su's own trusted aide. This manor was Yin Su's own secret property, but in the end, it couldn't be hidden from Shi Tai. Yin Su let out a long sigh towards the heavens. Shi Tai's unexpected appearance in the Eastern Tang had already caused him to feel that it would be difficult for him to escape this time. However, he still harbored the thought of a fluke, unwilling to give up that 1 in a million hope. As long as he wasn't killed by Shi Tai on the spot and wasn't imprisoned in the Heaven-Sealing Gorge, he still had hope. While the crime of colluding with the Sacred Sun clan in an attempt to kill with a borrowed knife could not be ascertained, the crime of merely framing Yin Zhaoge due to factional infighting was still something that he could bear. Although he would definitely be removed from his position as a principal elder, he would most likely have a chance to redeem himself on the battlefield. Then he would have a chance to escape. He no longer had any hopes of making a comeback in Broad Creed Mountain. He could only really betray the Sacred Sun clan. But now, all hope had been shattered. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Yin Su's gaze was deep and distant. At this point, how could he still not know that Shi Tai's unexpected appearance was definitely Yin Zhaoge's handiwork? While he was staring at Yin Zhaoge was also staring at him. He had specially dug a big hole, waiting for him to jump in and be consigned to eternal damnation. Shi Tai looked at Yin Su. I also don't understand why you want to put Zhaoge to death. For this, you even have to sacrifice Su Chuan and the other fellow disciples, as well as the people of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Are you so narrow-minded and short-sighted? Or is there something more to it? Now tell us why. At this time, it's useless for you to hide anymore. Under Shi Tai's gaze, Yin Su fell silent, feeling his throat go dry. Looking at Yin Su, Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Before, I couldn't understand why Elder Yin wanted me dead. But after meeting Yi Jing in person this time, I seem to have understood a little. Yin Su was stunned. He was only using Yi Jing as a knife, and it had nothing to do with his own motives. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words at this moment, an extremely bad premonition suddenly surfaced in Yin Su's heart. Yi Jing had also been brought over by Shi Tai. During this period of time, he had been suppressed by Shi Tai, unable to move or speak. He could only stare hatefully at the people of Broad Creed Mountain. At this moment, hearing that he was related to Yin Su, even though his mind was not very clear, he still felt extremely astonished. His gaze unconsciously fell on Yin Su. Shi Tai was similarly taken aback. As for Yin Su's words about accidentally discovering an unconscious Yi Jing by the side of the road, Shi Tai naturally had his doubts. However, he did not think that Yin Su would want Yin Zhaoge's life just to help Yi Jing vent his anger and take revenge. For a moment, everyone's attention fell on Yin Zhaoge. Being stared at by everyone, Yin Zhaoge was unhurried. Through the Blood Soul Recollection ceremony just now, everyone has also seen everything that happened in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Whatever the reason, Yi Jing's fleshly body was shattered into pieces, completely destroyed within the abyss. Now that his body has been reconstructed, such a technique naturally cannot be compared to ordinary techniques. Everyone nodded in unison, his entire body having been completely shattered, only his soul remaining, yet still being able to reconstruct his body. Such a technique was indeed strange and unpredictable. Yin Zhaoge came before Yi Jing, looking at him. All of this originated from that ring of his, from that strange silhouette that suddenly erupted from within. While in the ceiling dragon abyss, I had already felt that it was strange, but could not understand why, so I did not continue thinking about it. But now that I have personally seen the reborn Yi Jing, the doubts in my heart grow heavier and heavier. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Shi Tai. Eldest apprentice uncle, you have personally come into contact with experts of the flame devils before. Do you feel that they are familiar? As these words left his mouth, everyone was shocked. Yin Su's entire body shook intensely as he yelled in a stern voice. While Yi Jing's technique allowed him to reconstruct a fire spirit body, it is different from the body of the flame devils. Shi Tai's gaze flickered slightly, but he also nodded. There are similarities, but they are not completely the same. The others nodded. If they were really completely the same as the flame devils, they would not have been so calm earlier. Yin Zhaoge said, they are indeed different from the flame devils that everyone is used to understanding. However, eldest apprentice uncle, you should know that our Eight Extremities world is currently speculating on the origins of the flame devil world. Shi Tai's expression changed, a great change appearing for the first time on his face that was as hard as granite. The Flame Devil Emperor? Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right. The Flame Devil Emperor, also known as the Heavenly Fire Emperor, was a legendary expert whose fame shook the heavens before the Great Calamity. After the Great Calamity, there has been no news of him. Currently, the main guess of our Eight Extremities world regarding the Flame Devil world is that it was created by the legacy of the Flame Devil Emperor. Just like our Eight Extremities world, we also unearthed the legacies left behind by experts of before the Great Calamity as our foundation, from which we unceasingly developed. Yin Zhaoge said leisurely. Currently, the martial arts of our Broad Creed Mountain, or the sacred grounds like the Sacred Sun Clan and Jade Sea City, and even other sects and powers, after so many years of development, have already changed greatly from before the Great Calamity. The legacy of the Flame Devils, having evolved over the long years, would definitely also be different from the legacy of the Flame Devil Emperor's direct lineage. Standing by the side, the disciplinary elder of the East Heaven region had already regained his wits as he asked in a heavy tone. What you mean is that the legacy that Yi Jing obtained from that ring was the legacy of the Flame Devil Emperor's direct lineage, a legacy that originated from before the Great Calamity, having been completely preserved? Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, not going overboard. This is my personal guess. The truth of this still awaits investigation and verification. Other than that, is there any connection between Yi Jing and the current Flame Devil world? This also needs to be clarified. As Yin Zhaoge said this, he glanced at Yin Su, whether intentionally or not. Also, why would Elder Yin help Yi Jing? Yin Su's expression completely changed as he howled in rage. A load of nonsense. However intense the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan, even if it were to erupt into an all-out war, there would still be a possibility of things calming down afterwards. And the Flame Devils were the public enemies of the Eight Extremities world. Anyone who was associated with them would definitely not have a good ending. The Flame Devils fed on the blood of other life forms, and especially liked martial practitioners who had undergone cultivation. Yin Zhaoge smiled, but did not speak. Shi Tai said slowly, the connection between Yin Su and Yi Jing is still hard to determine, but Yi Jing's legacy is very likely to be related to the Flame Devil Emperor. Shi Tai's words caused the hearts of everyone else to tremble. He looked at Yi Jing, the scene of the Blood Soul Recollection Ceremony. When Yi Jing's soul was absorbed by that ring of his, an incomparably powerful aura was emitted from within. Even if it was the Blood Soul Recollection Ceremony, and not personally experiencing it, I could still feel the terror and power of that aura. It can be imagined how terrifying it would be if the other party had truly descended before us. Shirtai said very confidently. According to the analysis of historical records, even the great flame devil king that died at the hands of the exalted Hantion that year was not this terrifying. Everyone's expressions turned solemn. That great flame devil king of the past was already the strongest expert that had ever appeared in the history of the flame devil world. If it was even more terrifying than him, Yin Su's face turned green. Although Shirtai had not tacitly allowed Yin Zhaoge to link him with Yi Jing. Even so, the way the situation had developed now was far worse than the worst he could have imagined. Yin Su suddenly thought of his trusted aide, Wen Ningji. Chapter 94. Shirtai said, "The truth of the matter is still hard to come to a conclusion, but this matter involves the flame devils. It must be investigated clearly. The importance of this matter is even more pressing than that of the decimating Abyss organization." While watching the Blood Soul Recollection ceremony earlier, Shirtai had been secretly paying attention to that powerful aura emanating from Yi Jing's ring. It was just that he was not one to jump to conclusions easily, so he could only bury his doubts deep within his heart. While everyone was on guard against the abnormalities in hell, the danger was still not obvious enough. The Flame Devils were the mortal enemies of the Eight Extremities world who had been at war with them all these years. If Yi Jing had only coincidentally obtained the legacy of the Flame Devil Emperor, then it would still be fine. If he was connected to the current Flame Devil world, then the situation would be extremely serious. Shirtai still had not completely come to a conclusion on this matter, but the importance of this matter had undoubtedly skyrocketed in his heart. Yin Su's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. This old man is completely unaware of this. Yin Zhaoge asked neither hurriedly nor slowly. Then I really can't think of any reason why Elder Yin must want me dead. Yin Su snorted, his expression obscure. The focus of the others was actually still on Yi Jing. Everyone's gaze was sizing him up. At this moment, Yi Jing was instead at a loss. Being stared at by everyone's gazes, he naturally felt very uncomfortable. His understanding of the world as a whole was still limited. However, he was naturally still clear about what kind of existence the Flame Devils were. Hearing that he had actually been grouped together with the Flame Devils, he was instantly shocked and enraged. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that the patterns of flames on Yi Jing's entire body were becoming more and more dazzling, as though his entire body was really burning. Yi Jing howled in rage. "Yin Zhaoge, falling into your hands. If you want to kill me or torture me, come at me if you have the ability. In order to have a good reason, you still want to continue fabricating a crime on my head? You dog who inverts right and wrong." Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "You also said that you are already a fish in a net, a turtle in a jar. Taking care of you, you deserve it. Why would I still need to fabricate a crime on you? Perhaps you don't know about it yourself, but it isn't hard to verify. After bringing you back to the clan's experts will naturally come to a conclusion upon studying that ring of yours." Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at Yi Jing. "Don't think too highly of yourself. I have a lot of things to do and have no time to waste on you." Yi Jing became more and more enraged, the flame pattern on his body becoming unprecedentedly bright. In the end, there were actually flames burning. Within the flames, Yi Jing surveyed his surroundings, glaring at Yin Zhaoge, Shirtai, the disciplinary elder, and the others. "Indeed, you people of Broad Creed Mountain are all jackals of the same tribe, covering for one another. The human heart is treacherous, killing without seeing blood, eating people without spitting out the bones. You guys are even more vicious and vicious than the flame demons. Instead of associating with people like you, I'd rather be a flame demon." Yi Jing roared to the heavens. On his hand, beneath his flesh, a red light appeared, forming a dark red halo on his finger. It was that dark red ring. The ring burst into a dazzling brilliance, vaguely projecting an illusion of light and shadow behind him. In the illusion, lava was everywhere, and the sky was filled with flying flames. It was as if a terrifying flame giant had appeared. It was a powerful aura that was far from what Yi Jing could possess with his current strength. It was faintly discernible, shaking people's hearts. Seeing this scene, Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Your brain has really been burnt to the point of being muddled. Different from the reappearance of the Blood Soul Recollection ceremony earlier, this was an extremely direct feeling. Everyone by the side, Yin Su included, looking at the current Yi Jing, feeling the concept within that illusory light and shadow, they all believed Yin Zhaoge's earlier deduction 70 to 80%. Looking at the dark red ring on Yi Jing's finger, Yin Su thought, so it has already merged with his body. No wonder I couldn't find it earlier. Shirtai said indifferently, in terms of foundation, it is the most powerful this Shur has ever seen in his life. Even destroying the current 8 extremities world would not be a problem at all. But now it can't even be considered a remnant soul, not even a will. It is only a strand of remnant aura, still unable to overturn the heavens. Saying thus, Shirtai extended a hand, his palm instantly turning translucent, emitting a golden light from within as it resembled Vajra. As his palm descended, Yi Jing and that silhouette simultaneously let out pained and rage howls. The fiery light was instantly extinguished. Yi Jing was once more pressed to the ground, unable to move, only able to glare unwillingly at Yin Zhaoge and Shirtai. Shirtai was about to speak, when his expression suddenly changed slightly. Striding out, he was already outside the manor. At this moment, outside the manor, the blazing sun had originally been high in the sky, but the sunlight suddenly dimmed. The sky turned dark, as though it had instantly descended into night. Within the darkness of the night, a bright moon was indistinctly visible. Shirtai's entire body was covered in a glazed golden light, resembling eternally indestructible as he faced off against it. Light and darkness intermingled between the heavens and the earth, neither giving way to the other, causing numerous wild tides to arise, directly shaking the manor down below to the point of collapse. Facing such a clash, the disciplinary elder of the East Continent and the other Broad Creed Mountain experts also felt immense pressure. Twilight Dark Moon Chi. The disciplinary elder let out a muffled groan. This level of cultivation, the Twilight Lord of the 7 reigning suns. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. I remember that the Twilight Lord and the head of the 7 reigning suns, the world illuminating Lord, have similar cultivation bases. His strength can be ranked second amongst the 7 reigning suns? The disciplinary elder nodded. That's right. Although his position is below that of the world illuminating Lord, his cultivation base is not much inferior, being a peak expert of the Sacred Sun clan. Also, we all know that of the 7 reigning suns, the Twilight Lord specializes in doing dirty and tiring work, usually keeping a low profile. He is the one who kills the most. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. You really think highly of me. At least I did not get rid of Xiao Shun for nothing. Twilight Dark Moon Chi, the most unique art of the 7 reigning suns, forming an independent field of Qi, reversing black and white, day and night, changing between real and illusory, sun and moon alternating, lying between illusory arts and fist arts, being completely different from the other martial arts of the Sacred Sun clan. At this moment, executed by the Twilight Lord, it really had the power to change the heavens and change the earth. If not for Shirtai standing there like a pillar of support, all the Broad Creed Mountain people present would have been instantly swallowed up by the moonlit night. Iron Lion? A low voice resounded from within the moonlit night. Seeing the Twilight Lord blocked by Shirtai, other Sacred Sun clan experts concealed within the darkness of the night attacked Yin Zhaoge and the others. The East Continent's disciplinary elder and the other Broad Creed Mountain experts immediately met them, engaging in battle. At this moment, the Yin Su, who had originally seemed resigned to his fate, suddenly erupted. He glared hatefully at Yin Zhaoge, but did not linger, instead quickly fleeing into the distance. On the other side, Yi Jing also broke free. He had wanted to find trouble with Yin Zhaoge, but was unable to determine Yin Zhaoge's position in the darkness. Thus, he could only let out a furious howl, and also fled. In midair, Tai's cold snort resounded. A glazed golden light suddenly lit up within the darkness, blasting onto Yin Su's body. In the midst of fleeing, Yin Su's entire body shook intensely as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Dark red blood oozed out of every single pore of his entire body, as his entire person seemed to have transformed into a man of blood. Fortunately, most of Tai's attention had been placed on the Sacred Sun clan's Twilight Lord. Receiving his blow, Yin Su had been heavily injured and on the verge of death, but he had still barely managed to preserve his life. Not daring to hesitate in the slightest, Yin Su struggled as he continued fleeing. Yin Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Tai, eldest apprentice uncle. Leave it to me. I'll go find him in Yijing. Tai hesitated slightly. If the other party resists, you can kill him on the spot. Chapter 95. Anyone within the range of this force field would be affected by the twilight, dark moon Qi. However, his opponent was Tai. Facing such an expert, the Twilight Lord also had to go all out, not having the time to be distracted. Within the range of the Twilight force field, it could only obstruct one's vision and disrupt one's senses, not causing any harm to the others of Broad Creed Mountain. As Yin Zhaoge gazed into the distance, all he could see was darkness. However, Yin Su had been injured by Tai, and that glazed golden light had invaded his body, destroying it unceasingly. Yin Su was powerless to expel it from his body, to the extent that the force of Tai's Vajra body continued to work within his body. Golden light continuously shot out from within Yin Su's body, as though Yin Su himself could emit light, easily guiding Yin Zhaoge in his direction. As for Yi Jing, as he fled with all his might, his entire body shone with a crimson fiery light, similarly eye-catching to the extreme in the darkness. The two of them resembled two fireflies in the dark night, making it hard for others not to notice their existence. Coincidentally, in their panic, the two of them fled in the same direction. This way, Yin Zhaoge no longer needed to split up with Hu, directly chasing after Yin Su and Yi Jing. As a martial grandmaster, Yin Su's speed should have been like that, traversing 1,000 li in broad daylight. However, he had been too heavily injured by Tai, nearly dying on the spot, and his strength had completely fallen below the martial grandmaster realm. Especially under the influence of his injuries, he ran slower and slower. The two chased and fled, finally rushing out of the area enveloped by the twilight dark moon Qi. Seeing the light of day once more, Yin Su's eyes lit up. However, after his sensory abilities had recovered, he immediately sensed the presence of his pursuers. Yin Zhaoge and Hu were shockingly already very close. Estimating their speed, Yin Su gloomily discovered that if he continued running like this, he would only be caught up. His eyes flashed with humiliation and brutality. Yin Zhaoge chased after him, only to see Yin Su suddenly stop in his tracks, his body twisting as he turned and rushed towards him. Yin Su's expression was somewhat savage, still wet behind the ears, Brad. If you want to seek death, this old man will grant you your wish. Yi Jing was also nearby, and in his frenzied state, his perception of his surroundings was not as sensitive as before. After charging forward for quite a distance, hearing Yin Su's angry roar, he turned his head, only noticing Yin Zhaoge, who had already caught up behind him. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, Yi Jing's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Yin Su and the others also disappeared from his field of vision, his eyes only containing the Yin Zhaoge, whom he hated to the marrow of his bones. Howling, Yi Jing immediately stopped, also turning and lunging towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge looked straight at the approaching Yin Su, his expression calm. With a flick of his right sleeve, a jade light that resembled a dragon flew out. Of the dragon, Yin Su of Yin soared out. Ahu's injuries had not yet healed, but he also went up together with Yin Zhaoge to meet the counterattacking Yin Su and Yi Jing. Yin Su sneered, "Just the likes of you, and you dare to chase after me?" Yin yin, yin smiled, dark king dark, yin of the two of yin, yin of yin for a, for to yin, yin of team, yin to lord, yin tai for sure for lord. The dagger, which was flashing with a dark blue light, met the jade dragon sword in midair and forced it back. Spiritual chi overflowed from the short saber, resembling ripples of light. From within, a buzzing sound could be heard, as though it had a life of its own. It was a mid-grade spirit artifact. Yin Su stared at Yin Zhaoge, killing intent overflowing from his eyes. Just based on your arrogant, frenzied personality, what do you think allowed you to live until now? If not for your family background, whether I need you into a ball or a cube, it's all up to this old man's whims. Now, your father Yindi is not here, nor is there Shurtai. There are no other martial grandmasters who can protect you. The saber in Yin Su's hands expanded. Putting aside my fear of your father, if this old man wants to kill you, it would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. The faint saber light expanded, instantly transforming into an illusory 8 sceneries palace lantern in midair. As the lantern light flickered, a myriad of scenes appeared, about to envelop Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he said mildly, I have an outstanding family background, which has brought me many conveniences. I have never avoided it. I won't say it pretentiously. Those are all my father's, not mine. Whenever I use them, I feel uneasy. My body, hair, and skin are all given to me by my parents. This stinky body of mine, how could it not be from my parents? My father has the ability to give me even more things. These things are like my hands and feet. Of course I have to make good use of them. Yin Zhaoge's left hand formed a sword seal, the jade dragon sword transforming into a jade light that rampaged between the heavens and the earth. What's important isn't how much power I've borrowed from my family. Rather, with such a high starting point, what heights I can reach in the future, how much I can repay my family in the future. Yin Zhaoge looked at Yin Su and laughed. Other than that, if you want to kill me, under the current circumstances, it doesn't seem that simple. Yin Su let out a cold snort. The injuries that Shurtai had given him were too severe. Not only had he fallen by quite a few cultivation levels, even his mid-grade spirit artifact, the hidden clear sunlight saber, was unable to exert its full power. And it wasn't just him who had been injured. On the blade of the hidden clear sunlight saber, there were numerous cracks, causing the agile, flowing saber light to become obscure. In terms of quality, it couldn't even compare to the low-grade spirit artifact, the Jade Dragon Sword. Yin Su helplessly discovered that, with his heavy injuries, he was actually unable to take down the opponent in front of him. Yin Zhaoge and Ahu were also slowly grinding away at him with a roaming and tangling style. As time passed, his injuries were affecting his strength more and more. Yin Zhaoge asked, You don't like me, and I also want to help my father remove you from your position as principal elder. But why do you have killing intent towards me? Is it because I've made you lose face time and time again? Yin Su's movement slowed slightly as he said, You don't need to ask this old man. Today, you'll die by this old man's hands. This old man naturally has no need to waste words with a dead man. If this old man can't escape today, I'll take this secret with me into my coffin. You and Yindi can slowly guess. He seemed to be distracted as he spoke, but his aura suddenly surged. A red light suddenly surfaced on Yin Su's face, as though flames had suddenly erupted. The wind-fire calamity, the power of the fire calamity. Yin Su's strength had originally been declining unceasingly, but as the aura chi around his body surged, it suddenly grew stronger. The hidden clear sunlight saber in his hands moved, but it was no longer a saber art that was rich with variations like the 8 sceneries spirit saber. The dim saber light abruptly condensed in midair, transforming into a jet-black streak of light. The aura chi formed an illusory heaven and earth, a stretch of darkness. Within the darkness, starlight lit up, dragging a long tail of flames behind it, shocking the heavens. The star descended, the meteor descending from the heavens, smashing down towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Su's entire strength erupted with this saber, the momentum that shocked the heavens, and shook the earth concentrated at a single point. For a moment, Yin Zhaoge felt as though all the other scenes in his field of vision had disappeared, leaving only that meteor descending from the heavens. The starlight became more and more dazzling, rapidly filling his field of vision. The saber chi was intimidating, as though it had locked his entire body in place, completely unable to move, only able to forcibly receive this saber of Yin Su's. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he suddenly said mildly, "You have a secret within your heart that makes you afraid that we father and son will find out." That year, on the way from the Zhaozhou of the Thunder Domain to the Heaven Domain, an accident occurred, and many of our clansmen perished. This included my grandfather and grandmother. This matter has something to do with you, right? That meteor-like saber light descending from the heavens could not help but tremble slightly, pausing for a moment. Then it became even more ferocious, to the point of descending somewhat frantically and manically. Chapter 96. Although Yin Su's injuries were extremely severe, his current strength, compared to the outer aura martial scholar Yin Zhaoge, was still extremely powerful. This sudden eruption was even more ferocious to the extreme, using all of his strength in this strike. Yin Su had even included Ahu, who was wearing the black nightmare armor. If Ahu dared to block this saber for Yin Zhaoge, this saber of his would slay the two of them together. Yin Su's deepest secret, his greatest fear, had been exposed by Yin Zhaoge with a single sentence. A figure involuntarily surfaced within his mind, a stalwart man who bore a 60 to 70% resemblance to Yin Zhaoge. Yin Su felt like he was suffocating just by guessing that this person was about to find out the truth of what had happened that year. This greatly shocked him, and at the same time, he became even more furious out of humiliation. It was as if he had been stripped naked and thrown in public. After pausing for a moment, the saber light chopped towards Yin Zhaoge even more ferociously and violently, wanting to dismember this junior who had seen through his secret into 10,000 pieces. Yin Zhaoge's gaze burned as he stared fixedly at Yin Su. Just as Yin Su's saber light was at its peak, Yin Zhaoge suddenly took out a gourd. He had used Elder Qin's 9 treasure ice gourd to craft the roaring ice dragon bullet. Yin Zhaoge laughed coldly, abruptly shattering the gourd, activating the power within. A loud and clear dragon roar resounded, shaking heaven and earth. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped, as if they had entered the ice age of extreme coldness. As the white mist lingered, countless ice and snow rapidly condensed before Yin Zhaoge's eyes, next transforming into a massive ice dragon. The ice dragon roared and soared into the sky, its voice piercing through the clouds and reaching the 9 heavens. To ride the wind and clouds, to ride the sun and moon, to rule the world, to roar proudly at the 9 heavens. That was the true dragon. The ice dragon flipped and soared into the sky, displaying the might of a hidden dragon rising to the heavens. From below, it intercepted Yin Su's meteor blade. The two sides collided in midair, and the terrifying saber light, which was like a meteor falling to the ground, was instantly destroyed. The ice dragon also disintegrated in midair, turning into a sky full of ice and frost. It fell from the sky and covered the surrounding land, turning everything into a world of ice and snow. Yin Su's figure reappeared in front of the crowd. Frost condensed and froze him in midair. As the ice and snow intermingled, Yi Jing, who was currently being obstructed by Ahu and was about to rush towards Yin Zhaoge, also grew sluggish. The scarlet flames on his body were also extinguished and disappeared. His entire body was covered with a layer of ice and snow, as if he was an iceman. The dark red ring on his finger had also been suppressed by Shurtai earlier. At this moment, it had lost its light and merged back into his flesh. The glacial dragon roar bullet that Yin Zhaoge had created from a portion of the glacial dragon bone soul instantly erupted with an oceanic amount of pure, icy chi. Even a great grandmaster would be frozen for a moment. The hidden clear sunlight blade in Yin Su's hand shone faintly as he hovered in midair, surrounded by ice and snow. The sharp saber chi burst forth, causing the ice and snow to tremble unceasingly. Yin Su stiffly and slowly moved his four limbs, trying to break free. However, Ahu appeared in front of him and grinned. He raised his hand, and a cylinder appeared in his hand. One end was in Ahu's hand, while the other was aimed at Yin Su. Yin Su's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Then, a sky full of golden light filled his vision. It was as if the sun was shining, but also like a torrential downpour. Unable to move, Yin Su couldn't even block, much less dodge. He could only widen his eyes and bear the impact of the sun rain. With a hoarse, enraged roar, the divine sun needles broke through Yin Su's Orochi defenses, instantly covering his entire body. Some of the divine sun needles entered Yin Su's body, while others remained outside, protruding and flickering with golden light. Yin Su looked like a hedgehog. As the divine sun needles entered his body, it instantly caused the injuries that Yin Su had been painstakingly suppressing to completely explode. Yin Su let out a tragic howl towards the heavens, a mist of blood erupting from his body. His entire body was riddled with thousands of holes, his flesh and blood indistinct. Icy rain and bloody rain simultaneously blossomed in the air. Two little bastards. Yin Su opened his mouth to curse, but could not stop the fresh blood from surging up his throat, flowing out unceasingly. Yin Zhaoge came before Yin Su, looking calmly at him. It looks like the matter that year really had something to do with you. This branch of my family is feared by the ancestral Yin family of Zhaozhou. While the matter that year seemed accidental, it most likely had something to do with them. Seeing how scared you are, I'm afraid that it was not an unintentional mistake that year, but rather that you have something to do with the Zhaozhou Yin family. Yin Zhaoge lightly flicked the Jade Dragon light sword in his hand. Whether or not you have a relationship with them, or whether or not you receive benefits from them, is actually not important. I only need to know that you are seeking death, and that is enough. What's more, you still try to kill me. The Yin Su before him howled madly, his body struggling as he lunged towards Yin Zhaoge once more. Yin Zhaoge indifferently brandished his sword. A streak of jade light streaked across the horizon. Bringing along one of Yin Su's heads, it flew straight up into the sky. His wide-open eyes showed that he had died at the hands of Yin Zhaoge, whose cultivation was far inferior to his. He had died with his eyes wide open. Having struck out with his sword, Yin Zhaoge no longer looked at Yin Su, instead turning to look in another direction. There, amidst the ice and snow, the light of fire gradually surfaced once more as a figure moved with great difficulty within. After all, unlike Yin Su, who had been directly struck by the ice dragon's roar, Yi Jing, who had only been affected by the aftershocks, was currently struggling with great difficulty. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that Yi Jing's entire body was currently enveloped by flames. Crimson patterns of flames rampaged about and curled about wantonly. The intimidating aura emanating from Yi Jing's body was not like before, when power erupted from his Dantian Qi ocean and the acupoints of his entire body. At this moment, the source of his power seemed to be those patterns of flames that had already enveloped his entire body. A shocking amount of heat rose unceasingly from within, clashing with the surrounding world of ice and snow. Streams of white water vapor suffused the air, resembling clouds and mist, as ice shards and icy water fell unceasingly to the ground, resembling a heavy rain. Looking at Yi Jing, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Indeed, your aura is getting closer and closer to that of the flame devil race. As your cultivation technique continues to deepen, the changes in your physique are also becoming more and more obvious. Yi Jing's facial features had already been completely concealed by the patterns of flames, possessing a wild beauty, but also a violent savagery, resembling a wild fire that wanted to incinerate the heavens, expanding infinitely until everything in this world was incinerated. Yi Jing stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge? He let out a long howl towards the heavens. You've harmed me time and time again, wanting to send me to my death. This enmity, this hatred, is absolutely irreconcilable. Why was Yu Xiao snatched away by you? Why are you always so high and mighty? Why are you able to obtain achievements that others would find hard to attain in their entire lives without putting in any effort at all? Why in the sealing dragon abyss? It was clearly you who caused my death, yet the people of Broad Creed Mountain all sided with you. Was all this predestined by fate? Was it all arranged by the heavens? Tui, like two balls of ghostly fire from the netherworld, Yi Jing's eyes flickered with a light. I don't believe in fate. I don't believe in the heavens. I only believe in myself. I want to become strong. If I were strong, Yu Xiao wouldn't have left with you. If I were strong, I'd directly trample you into the mud. If I were strong, others wouldn't all side with you just because of that bullshit elder father of yours. If I were strong, in the sealing dragon abyss, I would have crushed you to death, not you causing my death. You want to kill me, I'll kill you. Broad Creed Mountain wants to protect you. I'll exterminate Broad Creed Mountain. Either you die or I die. Yi Jing howled madly, transforming into a man of fire as he rushed towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge didn't even blink, the acupoints of his entire body shaking, aura qi surging. The aura qi transformed into a massive palm, slapping towards Yi Jing. Boom! With a massive sound, Yi Jing was directly sent flying. Chapter 97. The acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body shuddered simultaneously. Within his dantian, the chaotic qi mass split into two, one yin, one yang, one cold, one hot. The ice dragon essence qi stored within his acupoints intermingled with the power of the Li Yin fire, transforming into numerous ice dragons and fire dragons, shooting out of his body. The ice dragons and fire dragons intermingled, transforming into bones, transforming into meridians, transforming into flesh and blood. A massive palm appeared before Yin Zhaoge's body. Yi Jing, who had just been sent flying by Yin Zhaoge's palm, lay twitching on the ground, half his body shattered. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge heard him emitting ho-ho sounds as he struggled unceasingly. That dark red ring seemed to glow with a bit more luster, as a wild howl that seemed to originate from ancient times resounded from within, traversing countless years. Yi Jing's shattered body did not spurt out any blood, but large amounts of flames surged from his wounds. The flames gradually condensed, once more taking the form of Yi Jing's body. Yi Jing's body jolted on the ground before he shot up, rushing towards Yin Zhaoge at an even greater speed than before. From his mouth, a low, manic voice resounded. That was a language that did not belong to humans, foreign and ancient, strange and profound. Yi Jing pushed forward with his palms, the flames around his body transforming into a crimson light, brutal and blazing. Where the crimson light passed, everything in the surrounding heavens and earth, even the air itself, actually seemed to be set ablaze. All existences were transformed into fuel for the flames, aiding them to grow more and more ferocious, expanding unceasingly, continuing to devour other things. The blazing fire was merciless, incinerating all life. As the crimson light shone, it resembled the edge of a blade as it chopped towards Yin Zhaoge. This was already no longer the supreme martial art that Yi Jing had once cultivated in. It was even no longer a martial art that belonged to the world of human martial practitioners. While Yi Jing himself also felt like his internal organs were on fire, at this moment, he only felt that he was unprecedentedly powerful. His mood was carefree like never before. The hope of defeating Yin Zhaoge was unprecedentedly real. Bang! But not waiting for Yi Jing to continue experiencing this feeling, Yin Zhaoge imitated him, the great hand condensed of his aura qi mightily slapping out. The next instant, Yi Jing was sent flying by Yin Zhaoge's palm once more. Yin Zhaoge tilted his head slightly. Destined son of heaven. Yi Jing fell to the ground, resembling a fish out of water, struggling about as he stared at Yin Zhaoge with a pair of fiery red eyes. His pupils seemed as though they were about to burst into flames. Yin Zhaoge, however, did not look at him. instead surveying their surroundings. Ghost Hatchet Elder, don't count on him. Do you think another Grandmaster will jump out to save you? Or maybe a beauty jumps out and saves the hero? At first, I had actually hoped that the Sacred Sun Clan or Infinite Boundless Mountain would take you in, especially the Sacred Sun Clan. Back in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, when I saw that ring of yours, I suspected that it was related to the Flame Demon Emperor. Yin Zhaoge laughed. At that time, the difference between you and the Flame Devils was still rather great. If the Sacred Sun Clan had made an error in judgment, only focusing on your fire spirit physique being beneficial in cultivating in their martial arts, they might really have accepted you. In this way, the mine is buried. Still, you're getting better and better at courting death. Yin Zhaoge's smile grew colder and colder. Leaving you in this world is simply polluting the air. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Yin Zhaoge's face was cold and indifferent as he walked towards Yi Jing step by step. With each step, the earth seemed to tremble. The giant palm formed of stellar energy above his head grew more and more corporeal, more and more terrifying. Streams of cold and blazing hot qi surrounded Yin Zhaoge like a group of dragons, as though a divinity had descended to the mortal world. Yi Jing's eyes flashed with determination as he roared in rage. You dog! Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Amidst his roar, Yi Jing struggled to extend the palm with the dark red ring on it. The ring had already completely transformed into a ring of red light, fitting itself onto his finger. Within the ring of light, the scene of the flowing fire world of the infernal inferno vaguely appeared once more. An illusory, blazing giant seemed to be roaring furiously towards the heavens. Having been heavily injured by Shi Tai, the power of this ring had also weakened greatly. At this moment, Yi Jing was going to use his own life force to activate it. Flame, devil disintegration, incinerating the heavens and the earth. Yi Jing's hand with the dark red ring actually directly pierced towards his own chest. The dark red ring entered Yi Jing's body, which was already almost entirely composed of flames. Then, within his body, a dazzling radiance abruptly lit up. It was no longer the red light of flames, but a bright white light. The white light penetrated his body, and on that body of Yi Jing's that was composed of flames, the leaping flames seemed to suddenly solidify at this moment. Then, like porcelain, cracks gradually appeared on Yi Jing's body. Within the cracks, the white light grew more and more dazzling, a destructive force also growing more and more obvious. Seeing this scene, Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Not evading or evading, the massive palm formed of his aura qi above his head still slammed downwards. Boom! A massive boom resounded, but before the white light could even erupt, it was already extinguished. Yin Zhaoge's palm slammed Yi Jing's entire body in the ground. With the two of them as the center, the great earth within a radius of several hundred meters completely collapsed and shattered, a massive, deep crater appearing. Yin Zhaoge stepped on the air, quietly standing in the air above the deep crater, lowering his head to look at its depths. A mere brat, and you're also fit to be called a devil? Do you take yourself to be the Flame Devil Emperor? At the bottom of the deep crater, a shadow that was already almost no longer in human form resembled the ashes of a great fire. Its legs had completely vanished, and one of its arms had also completely vanished. Only a single arm remained, a ring that was riddled with cracks on its finger. The skin of its entire body resembled charcoal. There were only numerous dark red streaks that were indistinctly visible, as though there were no sparks of complete destruction within the ashes. The charcoal-faced Yi Jing stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge above him, feeling unprecedentedly weak and powerless. However, the hatred and fury within his gaze was also unprecedentedly intense. Because of this palm of Yin Zhaoge's, the surrounding great earth was collapsing unceasingly, as though an earthquake had been triggered, the earth quaking unceasingly. With that deep crater as its center, numerous massive cracks extended unceasingly into the surroundings. Amidst the quaking, The bottom of the deep crater seemed as though it was about to cave in further, the sound of flowing water emanating from below, as though an underground river was surging. Yi Jing's body sank downwards, looking like it was about to fall into the underground river. Streams of miasma shot up into the skies from the underground river, corroding metal and corroding iron, obstructing Yin Zhaoga's path. Yi Jing hissed, "Yin Zhaoga, you dog, as long as I have breath left, I will definitely fight with you to the end." Before he had finished speaking, Yin Zhaoga had already descended, executing the heavenly abyss reverse flow art, completely not fearing the miasma at all as he instantly arrived before Yi Jing. Yin Zhaoga shot him a sidelong glance. Main character Halo. When someone wants to kill you, a little situation arises and they fail to kill you, letting you escape. After cultivating a divine art, you come back for revenge? You didn't die in the Sealing Dragon Abyss because I didn't want to kill you from the start, but now, the massive palm formed of Orochi above Yin Zhaoga's head slammed downwards once more. If this Yin wants you dead by the third watch, who can keep you alive till the fifth watch? As the palm descended, Yi Jing's enraged howl came to a screeching halt. Boom! With a massive boom, he was completely annihilated. A faint soul silhouette dissipated into thin air. Chapter 98. It was as if the chi of heaven and earth could be seen circulating, blessing Yi Jing's body. When the time came, heaven and earth gathered together. The destiny of the world gathered. As Xiao Chen's palm landed, the light and shadow changed, and the surging luck of heaven and earth gradually disappeared. When the time comes, the heavens and earth are united, but when the time comes, the hero will not be free. Yin Zhaoga chuckled, blowing lightly towards that illusory scene. The wind swept away the clouds, and the illusory chi of heaven and earth was blown away like smoke. The deep crater in front of him was still collapsing unceasingly. Yi Jing had been turned into ashes by Yin Zhaoga's palm, only that mottled dark red ring remaining, which fell into the underground river. He disappeared just like that. I don't know when he'll recover his vitality and reappear in the world. He'll become another hot-blooded youth's opportunity, an opportunity to rise up, a golden finger to counterattack, and another legend and myth. The corners of Yin Zhaoga's mouth arched upwards. As if, grabbing it with his Orochi, Yin Zhaoga clenched his fingers together, sucking the dark red ring into his palm. Yin Zhaoga's figure rose from the bottom of the deep crater, flying out of it. Ahu welcomed him. "Young master." Yin Zhaoga nodded. "Keep Yin Su's corpse well as his belongings." Ahu smiled honestly and said, "Hee, young master. You don't have to tell me that. I took his luggage as soon as possible." Yin Zhaoga curled his lips, and I have always trusted you on this point. Ahu said, "Young master, I have a rough look. There are a lot of good things. It's a pity that most of them are like that middle-grade spirit artifact blade, damaged. It should have been caused by Elder Shur's attack." Yin Zhaoga sighed, as expected. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for us to take care of him. Still, there should still be some gains. Yin Zhaoga raised his spirits. As an elder in charge of managing the land, Yin Su's personal assets were quite plentiful. There were many things that he would not carry with him. Instead, he would keep them in his private residence. The items that he would carry with him were either things that he needed urgently or things that could help him increase his current combat strength. While artifacts and spirit artifacts were rare, Broad Creed Mountain was one of the few sacred grounds under the heavens, and Yin Su was its elder. As such, there was no shortage of weapons that matched his cultivation base. Other than the mid-grade spirit artifact, the hidden clear sunlight saber, Yin Su also had 2 low-grade spirit artifacts with him. Although they were not as strong as the hidden clear sunlight blade, they all had their own uses. It was a protective soft armor. Although it did not possess both offense and defense like Ahu's Black Nightmare armor, its defensive power was not inferior. A green belt had been specially forged to complement Broad Creed Mountain's wind tribulation movement technique of the wind and fire tribulations. When a martial artist used the wind tribulation movement technique, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. In Yin Su's hands, These two low-grade spirit weapons would definitely be of great use if he could fully unleash their power under normal circumstances. Unfortunately, whether it was Yin, Su, or these two low-grade spirit weapons, they were not on the same level as Tai in terms of strength. Earlier, when Yin Su had wanted to escape, he had activated the power of his cyan belt to withstand Tai's attack, and the soft armor had automatically protected his body. In the end, the two low-grade spirit artifacts had suffered together with their owners, being injured by Tai. They were now riddled with cracks, their spiritual chi leaking out unceasingly. Not only were they unable to be used, they looked like they were about to be completely destroyed. The extent of their damage was even more severe than that of the hidden clear sunlight blade, especially that soft armor. Although it could not be used, when Ahu had used Sun Rain to attack Yin Su earlier, it had still taken a portion of the damage. Ahu grinned a little in pain. It's a spirit artifact, after all. Having been by Yin Di's side since young, his horizons were far broader than others. However, seeing a spirit artifact destroyed, he still felt a little regretful. Yin Zhaoge did not speak after examining it for a moment. He rummaged through Yin Su's luggage, then took out a few crystals in the shape of ice. Ahu looked at them. Young master, these seem to be the suppressing ice stones that martial practitioners temporarily use to relieve pain and heal their injuries. Bring me some Kaltra flower grass, Yin Zhaoge said as he crushed the suppressing ice stones. Ahu was a little puzzled, his entire head full of question marks. He did have some Kaltra flower grass on him, but this kind of spirit grass could only be used as a catalyst for some special medicinal pills. Whether it was the Kaltra flower grass or the suppressing ice stones, they were both used by living people. None of them had the effect of forging artifacts. However, he still did as he was told, bringing the Kaltra flower grass over to Yin Zhaoge. Receiving the Kaltra flower grass, Yin Zhaoge clapped his palms together, causing the spirit grass to wither. He then crushed the grass into ashes, mixing it with the powder of the suppressing ice stones. As the two met, green smoke was gradually emitted as they actually began to burn on their own. With a wave of Yin Zhaoge's hand, the blazing flames landed on Yin Su's few spirit artifacts. Although the spirit artifacts were still weak, the leakage of spiritual chi had gradually stopped, no longer leaking out. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Let's first deal with it urgently for now. After we return and refine it in the internal crystal furnace, there should be some chance of recovery. For now, we just have to ensure that it is not completely destroyed. Ahu's eyes were seeing stars. Young master, this, Yin Zhaoge acted as if nothing had happened. In this boundless world, there are all sorts of strange things. In your daily life, you have to be good at summarizing all sorts of common knowledge and little tricks in life. Who knows when you might be able to use them? Ahu opened his mouth wide, only closing it after a while as he said with a fawning expression on his face, Young master, you really are a genius. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Your expression is too fake. Ahu chuckled happily. Yin Zhaoge shook his head, his attention falling on another of Yin Su's possessions. Compared to the spirit artifacts that were currently in a damaged state and unable to display their effects, this thing actually attracted Yin Zhaoge's attention more. Oh, how rare. Yin Su actually has this thing. Yin Zhaoge's eyes lit up as he held a red orb in his palm, dark red like blood, sparkling and translucent. Within the blood-red orb, there seemed to be a liquid flowing unceasingly. From within the orb, there was vaguely a yin chi and baleful chi emanating. Ahu's big head came over, looking for a long time before he asked hesitantly, Young master, is this the blood-refining orb? Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right, it is precisely the blood-refining orb. The blood-refining orb was a rare, unique treasure. Usually, it would only appear in such a hellish place like a battlefield, where blood flowed like rivers. This was one of the favorites of devil martial practitioners. However, the blood-refining orb itself was not tyrannical, only being the crystallization of pure yin chi and blood chi. Devil martial practitioners could use it to cultivate, while other martial practitioners could use it to replenish their chi and blood when they were heavily injured. It was just that absorbing the blood-refining orb required a rather long period of meditation, and with Yin Zhaoge chasing after him too closely, Yin Su had not had the time to use it. The greatest use of this thing is actually to refine the Blood Devil Plate but I wonder if there's anyone in this era who knows this. An unexpected surprise. A great harvest, a great harvest. Yin Zhaoge laughed, happily keeping the blood-refining orb. He then checked the other precious treasures and pills that Yin Su had been carrying on him, keeping them all together. Chapter 99. Yin Zhaoge stroked the ring that was riddled with cracks. This ring had previously turned into light, even merging into Yi Jing's body. Now, it had regained its physical form. It was just that the ring that had originally been dazzling like flames was currently dim and lusterless, covered in dust and mottled. Numerous fine cracks covered the surface of the ring, resembling spider webs, as though it might shatter at any moment. However, holding the ring in his hand, Yin Zhaoge could still vaguely feel the blazing heat within. Narrowing his eyes, Yin Zhaoge focused his mind and consciousness, gradually sinking into the ring. The scene before him instantly changed. First, it was pitch black, then, amidst the darkness where one couldn't even see their outstretched fingers, a light suddenly lit up. That light was actually extremely weak, just a faint thread. However, because the surrounding environment was completely dark, even just a thread of light appeared extremely dazzling. Looking carefully, Yin Zhaoge saw that it seemed to be just a tiny spark, flickering with a crimson light. The spark gradually expanded, the light of the fire growing brighter and brighter, gradually expanding into a small ember. The flame burned more and more vigorously, growing larger and larger, from a small ember to a great fire that soared to the heavens, finally transforming into a boundless sea of flames. Finally, the darkness completely disappeared, the light of the fire filling the entire heavens and earth, completely transforming into a world of flames. Everything else no longer existed, only the blazing fire burning the heavens. Yin Zhaoge calmed his heart, slowly walking forward within the sea of flames, feeling the concept within. All around him was blazing fire, but carefully observing, Yin Zhaoge could feel that while the fire was burning everywhere, it did not appear chaotic and disorderly. Flames, like the tides of the sea, had their own rhythm and direction of flow. Analyzing and summarizing, Yin Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. The chaotic, blazing fire that filled the surrounding world, in Yin Zhaoge's eyes, also gradually changed. The flames seemed to condense into numerous strange runes, arranging themselves into countless lines of characters, which then intersected, circulating unceasingly within the air, stacking on top of one another. Looking at these characters, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly, characters created by the Flame Devil Emperor before the Great Calamity. While I haven't specially researched it before, I still know some of the general patterns. Even guessing, I can still understand some of its contents. It is indeed the legacy of the Flame Devil Emperor. Yin Zhaoge didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. As someone of the Eight Extremities world, obtaining such a legacy, I really don't know whether I should say that Yi Jing is lucky or unlucky. Carefully browsing through these strange runes and comprehending the concept contained within, Yin Zhaoge gradually came to some understanding. There is indeed a great difference between the cultivation methods of the Flame Devil race of the current Flame Devil world. As an expert of pre-Great Calamity times, the Flame Devil Emperor's legacy is also all-encompassing. By borrowing the Tao of fire, many principles and concepts can be born. Yin Zhaoge thought, it is just that following the changes in Yi Jing's own mental state, it is getting closer and closer to the current cultivation method of the Flame Devil race. Flames lingered in front of him, and gradually, a sealed door appeared. Yin Zhaoge sensed it for a moment before his consciousness retreated from the world of flames, returning to reality. Activating the spiritual power of the Li Yin true fire, he poured it into the ring. The ring, which was full of cracks, seemed to be nourished and flashed a little red light. As Yin Zhaoge's consciousness sunk within once more, he saw that the sealed great door was now already open. Inside the door, the sky was dark red and the ground was erupting with lava. The scene of the end of the world that he had once seen appeared before Yin Zhaoge's eyes again. The all-encompassing flames slowly condensed within the air, gradually forming an illusory, giant divinity of flame, ancient and powerful. The aura of great calamity, great destruction, and great suffering emanated, desolate and ancient, completely different from the current Eight Extremities world. It was just that, because it had been consecutively injured by Shi Tai and Yin Zhaoge, the ring was currently exceptionally weak. In this world of flames, whether it was the dark red sky or the great earth that was filled with lava, they were all filled with numerous jet-black cracks, the space seemingly about to shatter at any moment. While the aura of that giant divinity of flame still emanated the power of its origins, it now seemed even more ethereal and illusory. As Yin Zhaoge and that giant divinity of flame stared at each other, true emotions seemed to appear within the other party's eyes. That seemed to be a powerful life form that truly existed within this space, and not just a strand of its remnant aura. Meeting its gaze, Yin Zhaoge felt his own emotions seemingly wavering slightly. He became restless and restless, feeling vexed as he wanted to destroy and vent his frustrations. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he stabilized his mind, those violent, negative emotions instantly calming. The all-encompassing flowing fire before him transformed into numerous strange, ancient runes once more, lining up before Yin Zhaoge's eyes. Staring at these runes, Yin Zhaoge slowly deciphered them. Sacred heavenly fire scripture. Is it? As he deciphered them, those runes transformed into numerous streaks of fiery light, surging into Yin Zhaoge's body. Yin Zhaoge could only feel the meridians of his entire body seemingly becoming scorching hot. The refined qi of the leaf flame, true fire stored within the acupoints of his entire body, also stirring restlessly. It was as though countless piles of firewood had been touched by sparks, wanting to burst into flames all at once. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm, as within his Dantian's qi ocean, the chaotic qi mass concealed beneath the numerous layers of clear qi abruptly circulated in reverse. The scorching hot feeling of his entire body instantly found a target, converging towards the chaotic qi mass within Yin Zhaoge's Dantian like 100 rivers entering the sea. The numerous streams of heat finally transformed into a condensed fire seed within the chaotic qi mass, flickering with a dim fiery light. The clear qi cultivated from the clear qi profound art slowly converged, concealing that chaotic qi mass once more. Yin Zhaoge smiled. The reason why he had chosen to cultivate in the peerless heavenly scripture of the peak martial arts of the Divine Palace, other than its great strength, was because of a special characteristic of the peerless heavenly scripture. Chaos was boundless, having no beginning and no end, able to contain all things, able to give birth to all things, able to destroy all things. The peerless heavenly scripture possessed an extremely strong tolerance, being able to incorporate all things, even assimilating other martial arts scriptures without leaving any traces behind in the slightest. After assimilation, it could even be imitated and converted externally. For example, Broadcrete Mountain's direct lineage, clear qi profound art. For example, this sacred heavenly fire scripture now. Cultivating it himself, he would naturally not be like Yi Jing. Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. The sacred heavenly fire scripture had its unique points. It just so happened to be of use for his upcoming experiments. Regaining his wits, Ahu stood by the side, currently gazing into the distance. Yin Zhaoge kept the ring, gazing into the distance as well. There, a massive hemisphere of darkness was inverted on the ground, enveloping the vast heavens and earth. It was precisely the special field formed of the twilight dark moon qi of the sacred Sun clan's Twilight Lord. Within the hemisphere of darkness, a glazed golden light flickered unceasingly. As time passed, at this moment, the glazed golden light grew brighter and brighter, beginning to seep out from within the hemisphere of darkness. Finally, cracks appeared at the top of the hemisphere of darkness, finally shattering as golden light shot into the heavens. Vaguely, a figure seemed to be slowly rising up from within. Eldest apprentice uncle is indeed eldest apprentice uncle, Yin Zhaoga sighed in praise, Ahu nodding repeatedly by the side. However, very quickly, Ahu's expression changed as he swiveled his head to look into the distance. There seemed to be a powerful aura that enveloped the entire sky, currently covering the heavens and covering the earth as it approached. Its fist intent was clearly of the sacred Sun clan's lineage. The newcomer's cultivation base was even higher than the Twilight Lord's. Ahu said in a heavy tone, "I'm afraid that it's that Xiao Shun's maternal grandfather." Chapter 100. A terrifying and powerful aura, as vast as the sky and as vast as the sea, gradually appeared in the distance. On the horizon, there was a dazzling golden light, like the sun rising from the east. Under the illumination of that light, the Twilight Lord's twilight dark moon force field, which was already beginning to shatter, seemed even more dispirited. The dark night would eventually pass and the sun would rise, leaving only light in the world. Looking into the distance, Yin Zhaoga murmured, "The legacy of the sacred Sun clan, the cultivation of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster. The great grandmaster realm, the peak of the 10th layer, was known as the extraordinary realm. Transcendence, sainthood. Stepping into this realm meant that a martial artist had officially begun his sprint towards the martial saint realm. Generally speaking, most of the reaching heaven realm martial artists at the peak of the master realm were preparing to break through to the great grandmaster realm in seclusion. Transcendence rarely roamed the world. Most of the time, they were cultivating in seclusion, hoping to break through the final mortal boundary and become a saint. Becoming a martial sage would not only increase one's strength by leaps and bounds, but it would also extend one's lifespan. Therefore, transcendent martial grandmasters were rarely active. However, at this moment, before Yin Zhaoga's eyes, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster seemed to have descended. Pan Buitai, Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan. Yin Zhaoga said slowly, "The West Crooked Lord of the first generation of the 7 reigning suns went into seclusion to cultivate after attaining the transcending mortality stage. The position of the West Crooked Lord was passed down to this junior, Xiao Shun's maternal grandfather. It should be him," Yin Zhaoga said leisurely. "Amongst transcending mortality martial grandmasters, he can be considered rather active, appearing in the world from time to time. Young master, Elder Sure may not be able to withstand this old monster, not to mention that there is still Twilight Lord at the side." Yin Zhaoga nodded slightly. Now, a figure flickered before him, an emaciated old man appearing before him. It was precisely that Broad Creed Mountain Elder who had previously displayed the golden curtain palm to help Yin Zhaoga obstruct the Sacred Sun clan's martial grandmaster, as well as the Ghost Hatchet Elder Han Sheng. Looking at Yin Zhaoga and Ahu, as well as the decapitated Yin Su, the emaciated old man was slightly shocked. In the end, Yin Su was a martial grandmaster, and his strength was not the slightest bit weaker than the skinny old man's. While it had already been heavily injured by Shur Tai earlier, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Yin Zhaoga and Ahu had actually managed to slay it without paying much of a price. The injuries on Ahu's body were the old injuries he had sustained from Shaoshin's Sun Rainback in the Spirit Wind Canyon. This scene fell into the eyes of the skinny old man, and he couldn't help but pay attention to it. If it was said to be borrowing the power of a spirit artifact, Yin Su also had a spirit artifact. Even though he had also been heavily injured by Shur Tai, the middle-grade spirit artifact, the serene clear sunlight saber, had allowed Yin Su to not be at a disadvantage in terms of weapons. The emaciated old man had shaken off his opponent as quickly as possible and rushed over. He had originally thought that if Yin Zhaoga and Ahu could make use of Yin Su's injuries to delay his escape, it would be their victory. Who would have thought that in the end, Yin Su would instead be killed cleanly by the two of them? The emaciated elder sighed towards Yin Zhaoga. "Even if you want to leave now, it's already too late." Panbuatai has specifically come for you." Upon mentioning Panbuatai's name, the withered old man's voice turned solemn. A man's name, a tree shadow. As a longtime elder of the Sacred Sun clan, Panbuatai was of the same generation as the east-coming martial saint. The sun comes east Huang Guanglia and Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, the heaven-equaling Yuan Zhengfeng. Having been famous for many years, his accomplishments in battle were glorious, having stepped into the transcending mortality stage. Beneath the martial grandmaster realm, he was also a famous expert. The pressure that he brought about was naturally not something that the likes of the Twilight Lord and the East Rising Lord could compare to. The gaze with which the emaciated old man looked at Yin Zhaoga was somewhat complicated. Although he had rushed over in time to help Yin Zhaoga block the Sacred Sun clan's martial grandmaster, not showing any fear in the face of the enemy in the slightest. However, regarding the matter of Yin Zhaoga killing Xiao Shun, the emaciated old man still held some reservations. As Yin Zhaoga met the old man's gaze, he more or less knew what he was thinking. Within Broad Creed Mountain, there existed a certain ideology, which was to avoid conflict with the Sacred Sun clan as much as possible, silently accumulating their own strength and waiting for a chance to rise up once more. When necessary, they could even make some concessions, only doing their best to ensure that their core interests were not harmed. The longtime elders of the clan, the people of the older generation, mostly thought this way. The emaciated old man before him was also one of them. And the middle generation, with Yin Di and Sure Tai at their head, mostly pursued a tough, proactive attitude. This was because in recent years, the Sacred Sun clan's invasions have become more and more unbridled and unbridled. As Yin Di and the others saw it, retreating conservatively was equivalent to being willing to let the Sacred Sun clan slowly cut their flesh and let out their blood. Not only would they be unable to silently accumulate their strength like the older generation thought, they would instead fall into a situation of stagnation, perhaps even falling back. Even if they didn't fall back, while the Sacred Sun clan and the other sacred grounds were unceasingly rising, remaining where they were would be equivalent to rowing a boat against the current. The Sacred Sun clan had never, and would never in the future, sit quietly by the side, kindly waiting for Broad Creed Mountain to develop and catch up, even surpassing them. Reacting conservatively and placing their hopes on the future was akin to building castles in the air, equivalent to surrendering the initiative to them. If one really had to talk about hope, their only hope would be for another huge change like the invasion of the Flame Devil world. And the main victim of this huge change would be the Sacred Sun clan, just like what Broad Creed Mountain had encountered in its heyday that year. However, who could say for sure about such a thing? Yin Zhaoga's second apprentice uncle Feng Zhuan had originally been one of the rare moderates of the middle generation, also receiving the support of a large number of longtime elders as a result. However, in recent years, perhaps because the Sacred Sun clan was getting more and more insatiable, or perhaps because the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng's and Sure Tai's thinking was more unyielding, Feng Zhuan's attitude had also gradually become more unyielding. Feng Zhuan's attitude also began to gradually harden, causing those of the older generation who had originally supported him to be greatly disappointed. Now, in the competition for the position of clan chief, other than each other, Yin Di and Feng Zhuan actually also had to face the pressure of the clan's longtime elders. The entanglements within were becoming more and more complicated, hard to describe in a few words. Specifically talking about the current situation in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, as well as what had happened previously, the moderates were also supportive of Yin Zhaoga bringing back Feng Yunsheng, provided that Feng Yunsheng could really recover. Regarding the Eastern Tang, they were a little ambiguous, while regarding Yin Zhaoga's killing of Xiao Shun afterwards, they felt an extreme headache. Although they all spoke the same way to the outside world, internally, the older generation had very complicated feelings towards Yin Zhaoga, who could both perform meritorious deeds and cause trouble at the same time. Looking at the emaciated elder's conflicted appearance, Yin Zhaoga didn't say anything more, only asking, "May I ask how Elder Qin and Elder Kong are doing?" The emaciated old man said simply, Elder Shur has arrived even earlier than expected. He himself came here, accompanied by experts of our clan, to reinforce Elder Chin and the others. After repelling the East, Rising Lord, and the others, they have already retreated to the vicinity, hurrying over to meet up with Elder Shur. But following Pan Buatai's arrival, the Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners once again began their counterattack. You are the target of everyone. This time, it will be hard for things to end peacefully, Yin Zhaoga said slowly. Wanting to kill me is only the beginning. The other side's goal has actually already been achieved. If I hadn't killed Xiao Shun, whether or not they killed me would already no longer be important. It was only because I killed Xiao Shun that Pan Buatai specially came over. The light in the horizon grew brighter and brighter. Chapter 101. For a time, the temperature of the surrounding 500 kilometers rose rapidly, becoming unbearably hot. Vegetation withered, the earth parched and cracked. Breathing in the air caused one to feel a scalding heat from the throat to the heart. Yin Zhaoga, Ahu, and the others looked in that direction, illuminated by the seven suns to the point where they were virtually unable to open their eyes. The broad Creed Mountain elder beside them sighed, feeling that the enemy's fist intent had already enveloped the surrounding area. Even if they wanted to leave, they wouldn't be able to unless Shur Tai could repel Pan Buatai. However much confidence they had in Shur Tai, it was still very hard for them to be optimistic now. TSK, martial saints not appearing, transcending mortality martial grandmasters are already the peak power of the eight extremities world. Yin Zhaoga covered his forehead with his hand, squinting as he looked in the direction where Pan Buatai had appeared. That was not rising one after another, but the seven suns that had gathered to form a ring very quickly traversed the heavens and the earth, rapidly nearing. The massive hemisphere of darkness on the ground had already completely shattered at this moment, a streak of golden light shooting straight into the horizon. Within the massive golden pillar of light, Shur Tai hovered in midair, his expression firm and calm as he gazed mildly at the powerful force that had arrived before him. Within the golden pillar of light, around Shur Tai's body, a massive golden silhouette was indistinctly visible, its entire body transparent, resembling colored glass. It looked like an altar, yet also a pagoda. Contained within was the fist intent of being able to extinguish all tribulations. Vajra, indestructible. Numerous profound runes congregated, transforming into numerous spirit formations. The spirit formations stacked on top of one another, finally transforming into that existence that resembled an altar whilst also a pagoda, enveloping Shur Tai. The radiance of those seven blazing suns illuminated the heavens and the earth. As the cruel sunlight descended, it was everywhere, pervasive. Light was like air, existing in every single corner of space. And this sunlight possessed an extremely terrifying power, incinerating and melting everything it came into contact with. Its tyrannical power even destroyed the twilight dark moon chi of the Sacred Sun Clan's own expert, the Twilight Lord. Illuminated by the sunlight, the golden altar that enveloped Shur Tai was also shaking slightly. On the surface of the altar, green smoke seemed to be rising, as though it was also about to be incinerated and destroyed. At the center of those seven suns that had gathered to form a ring, an ancient, majestic voice resounded, reverberating unceasingly between the heavens and the earth. Shur Tai, your Broad Creed Mountain disciple, is audacious to the extreme, daring to kill this old man's grandson. This debt must be paid in blood. As this voice rang out, the temperature of the world seemed to rise once again, causing the people in the surroundings to feel as if their internal organs were on fire. Shur Tai's expression didn't change at all. However, the golden altar around him shrank a little. Although it was smaller, its power was more condensed and pure. As the golden altar shrank, the illusory green smoke on the surface of the altar, due to the seven scorching suns, disappeared. Before your Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners invaded my clan's Spirit Wind Canyon, you should have already predicted that this would happen. Shurtai's expression was as cold and hard as a 10,000-year-old rock. In a life and death battle, blades and swords have no eyes. Those who kill will always be killed. That grandson of yours, Xiao Shun, is lecherous and frivolous. As his elder, you have to take responsibility for not disciplining him properly. If I were a late outer or a martial scholar, I wouldn't need anyone else to make a move. I would directly challenge that grandson of yours. Shurtai stood within the air, the golden altar that enveloped him becoming even more condensed and contracted, his entire body turning a glazed color. Golden radiance was emitted from within, causing Shurtai's figure to gradually become indistinct. Within the 7 great golden suns, an ancient voice seemed to resound at the same time. Shameless, boastful junior. This old man has come here today specifically to welcome you. As for Yin Di, not only that little dog of his, even he himself will have to pay with his life for the death of this old man's grandson. This old man knows that having received the news, he is currently hurrying over from the Earth domain. However, you don't have to wait for him. Pan Buotai's voice resounded throughout the sky. Being able to die beneath the great sun, heaven-measuring ruler, is his fortune. Yin Zhaoga's and Shurtai's eyes simultaneously shone with a bright light. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were all shocked, their expressions changing greatly. The great sun, heaven-measuring ruler, was precisely the sacred artifact that the Sacred Sun Clan possessed. The Sacred Sun Clan's true target, having mobilized such a large force, was neither Yin Zhaoga nor the Eastern Tang. Instead, it was the #1 expert of Broad Creed Mountain's senior generation, Yin Di, who suppressed all of his contemporaries. In terms of potential, Yin Di was an even greater threat than Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yuan Zhengfeng. Whether it was Yin Zhaoga being killed by Xiao Shun, or Yin Zhaoga being threatened by the Sacred Sun Clan's experts after killing Xiao Shun, Yin Di would definitely have to rush over. And what awaited him would be an ambush that surpassed his imagination. It was not a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, nor was it a formation of multiple martial grandmasters. It was the sacred artifact, the great sun heaven measuring ruler, accompanied by Pan Buotai's words. One of those 7 suns suddenly descended from the sky. From Yin Zhaoga's point of view, that sun drew a graceful arc descending from the sky. That arc seemed to coincide with the principles of the heavens and the earth, resembling the true sun rising in the east and setting in the west every day, returning to the mountains at dusk, descending towards the west of the horizon. It was just that the direction in which it was descending was precisely where Shurtai was. In Shurtai's field of vision, that sun was getting closer and closer to him, also growing larger and larger, gradually filling up his entire field of vision. The descending sun had yet to truly come into contact with the west-setting sun, but the great earth below had already begun to shatter, as though it might collapse at any moment. Looking carefully against the dazzling sunlight, one could see that this sun was clearly also a shining altar. Its shape was different from the altars surrounding Shurtai's body, but it was also an existence that resembled an altar whilst also a pagoda, containing a tyrannical yet profound concept. Enormous spirit patterns and runes formed many spirit formations like bricks and tiles. The spirit formations combined, finally forming this heaven-connecting altar. The entire altar did not give off a heavy feeling, instead being as sharp as a saber, as tyrannical as fire. This west-tilting, heaven-incinerating saber of Pan Buotai's was also far from something that the East-rising lord had previously executed could compare to. The fierce, violent saber intent of one of the 7 great sun arts was displayed without restraint, truly possessing the might to incinerate the heavens. Shurtai's gaze was like steel, not wavering in the slightest as he stood erect within the air, punching out. At this moment, he seemed to be the most indestructible existence between the heavens and the earth, fearless and unshaken even if the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Resembling the divine needle that stabilized the seas, a cornerstone, a single hand stopping the wild tides of the heavens and the earth. Even that terrifying west-tilting heaven-incinerating saber was unable to destroy it. For a moment, it was as though a descending sun had furiously smashed into a towering mountain. Golden light exploded, blazing fire flew, the earth quaking and the mountains shaking. After the storm, the towering mountain still stood erect, not falling. Seeing this, the surrounding Broad Creed mountain martial practitioners all let out a long breath, feeling proud of their elder Shur. However, their expressions were still grave. Shur Tai's face showed no fear, nor was there any complacency on it. From start to finish, he gazed firmly and calmly at the opponent before him. 6 suns filled the sky, but very quickly, the 7th blazing sun reappeared, still illuminating the heavens and the earth. Pan Tai's voice was as majestic as the heavens, resounding in all directions. Shur Tai, you have arrived in the Eastern Tang earlier than expected, indeed exceeding my Sacred Sun clan's predictions. However, this old man knows that your Broad Creed Mountain's sacred artifact has yet to emerge. Without it, Yendi will definitely die, and having appeared here, you could be Yendi's companion, paying for this old man's grandson's life together with the Yin father and son duo. Broad Creed, 3 heroes? When this old man rampaged the world, you were still in your mother's womb. As he said this, the 7 blazing suns in the sky began rotating simultaneously. Chapter 102. Facing Pambuatai's attack, Shur Tai sucked in a deep breath. Clenching his fists tightly, his left fist retracted by his waist, his right fist slowly punching forward. The heavenly altar that enveloped his body had already been condensed to the maximum, being virtually the same size as Shur Tai himself. Compared to the glorious sun descending from the sky, it was practically incomparably small. Shur Tai punched out, his slow movements seeming so out of place amidst the intense battle situation. The strange feeling of incongruity made the spectators feel uncomfortable to the point of wanting to vomit blood. His fists seemed to bear the weight of millions of mountains, heavy and condensed to the extreme as it moved slowly at the speed of an old bull breaking down a cart. However, in the eyes of the bystanders, Shur Tai's current fist intent was filled with an immovable, indestructible feeling of eternity. Great firmness, great eternity, forever unable to be shaken. 7 blazing suns consecutively descended, unceasingly striking Shur Tai. The violent saber intent and heat swept the surrounding area, bringing along roiling waves of chi, which expanded unceasingly into the surroundings. The air was completely compressed to the point of exploding, the immense pressure forming numerous sharp gales. The gales resembled formless, terrifying blades, slicing apart everything in the surroundings that dared to stand in their way. The wind blades rampaged, the vertical blades leaving behind numerous deep ravines on the great earth, while the horizontal blades sliced apart numerous mountain peaks in the distance. The all-encompassing golden light exploded, transforming into numerous streams of flowing fire, densely covering the entire sky. Other than the Twilight Lord and a very small number of people, everyone within the range of the battle unceasingly dodged and retreated. In such a clash, if they were not careful, even the tail of the typhoon could sweep them to death. The intense radiance filled the heavens and the earth at this moment, causing everyone to be completely unable to see what was going on. Only that power that shocked the heavens and the earth shook everyone's minds. All they could see was light, unable to see anything. All they could hear was the howling of the wind, unable to hear anything else. The minds of martial practitioners were nimble, their sensory abilities powerful, but now it was all numb, chaotic, and blurry. Suddenly, Pambuatai's voice suppressed the sounds of the violent storm, seeming to resound within the depths of everyone's hearts. That's right, Broad Creed Mountain's Vajra body, at the same cultivation level, you have indeed trained it to an unprecedented level. Yin Zhaoga avoided a massive wind blade that was tens of meters tall as it whistled past. That wind blade flew far into the distance, carving out a massive crevice that resembled a deep valley in the earth. Then, it hacked towards a group of mountains in the distance, forcibly splitting a small mountain apart from the middle. Within Yin Zhaoga's Dantian Qi ocean, the chaotic Qi mass circulated, drawing the twin Qis of ice and fire within the acupoints of his entire body to converge together. The two Qis of ice and fire ascended, congregating within Yin Zhaoga's pupils, causing them to vaguely appear red and blue. Extreme cold and blazing heat, separated yet also unified at this moment, not destroying the already fragile and intricate eyeballs of the human body, instead allowing Yin Zhaoga's eyesight to increase greatly. Unlike Ahu and the others, Yin Zhaoga could vaguely see the actual situation of those two martial grandmaster experts clashing. Shi Tai himself had almost completely merged with the heavenly altar of runic arrays that he had condensed from his martial will. It was as if he had turned into a golden man. In he he, Jin yang, in, and in, yang and in. Shi Tai wasn't injured, and his diamond body wasn't broken by Pan Bo Tai. Shi Yin, he Bo Tai's expression, and his. Of. Shi Tai's Vajra body hung high in the sky, exerting a destructive pressure on the living beings below. Amidst the suns, Pan Bo Tai's voice resounded. But do you think this can stop this old man? Between the great suns, Pan Bo Tai's voice resounded. But do you think that this can stop me? At this moment, the seven suns began converging towards their center. A giant that shone with boundless light seemed to materialize from within, an even greater power manifesting itself. Shi Tai's left fist, retracted by his waist, slowly punched forward parallel to his right fist. Then his hands began to gradually move. His two hands vaguely formed a golden ring of light. The ring resembled Vajra, full and flawless, its center empty, as though it could contain all living things. The giant form of the seven suns slammed down with its palm. The very sky itself seemed to shake, as though it was about to collapse. The giant form of the seven suns slammed down with its palm. The very sky itself seemed to shake, as though it was about to collapse. Shi Tai's hands formed a ring, meeting his opponent's attack. That ring seemed extremely small, that giant's palm seemingly covering the heavens and covering the earth. However, space itself seemed to distort at this moment, the small golden ring actually trapping the giant's palm. The two sides fell into a stalemate for a time. However, looking over, Yin Zhaoga could see that ever since the start of the battle, Shi Tai had always been standing where he was, not retreating a single step. He was clearly retreating slowly. It wasn't that Shi Tai was retreating of his own accord. His legs still resembled two pillars that supported the heavens, not moving in the slightest. However, his body was being pushed backwards by a massive force within the air. Beneath Shi Tai's feet, marks were left behind within the air, forcibly leaving behind two flickering golden imprints, not dissipating for a long time. The higher the cultivation base, the harder it is to surpass levels in battle. Of those who have reached a certain height, how many of them are easy to deal with? Seeing this scene, Yin Zhaoga said, however, eldest apprentice uncle being able to forcibly resist a transcending mortality martial grandmaster to this extent, it really is hard to come by. That giant who seemed able to support the heavens and the earth opened his mouth. You are hard to come by, but sadly, it is all futile. Shi Tai's expression did not change in the slightest. The belt at his waist lit up, the flowing light instantly forming armor on his body. The armor and Shi Tai's fist intent merged, Shi Tai's strength instantly skyrocketing. However, above the head of that giant of light, a saber also appeared, hovering in midair. The giant did not grab the saber, but its majestic saber chi still descended, unceasingly breaking down the power of the armor of light on Shi Tai's body. Meanwhile, that giant's palm continued advancing. Pan Bo Tai said, "Young man, this old man will help your master Yuan Zhengfeng discipline you today." He said to the Twilight Lord beside him, "Twilight, this old man will take care of this iron lion properly today. That surnamed Yin puppy is yours." Yin Di has already fallen into the trap. Whether this bait is dead or alive is already no longer important. This old man wants him alive now. Bring him back to the world illuminating peak. If I don't burn him to death beneath the blazing sun of the great sun, this old man's hatred will not be quelled. Because of his earlier clash with Tai, the Twilight Lord's face was pale, blood leaking out from the corner of his mouth. However, after standing for a moment, his injuries were already no longer a problem. At this moment, not saying a single word, he strode out, already arriving before Yin Zhaoge. The faces of that emaciated old man and who were both ugly, wanting to stop him, yet unable to do so. The other party's cultivation base was far, far higher than theirs. However, just at this moment, the surrounding heavens and earth suddenly trembled as a whole. Pan Butai abruptly roared, such saber intent. "But if it isn't Yuan Zhengfeng, who is it?" A voice resounded between the heavens and the earth. "The person you are thinking of killing." The voice was like a saber, piercing through the air. Having just arrived before Yin Zhaoge, the expression of the Twilight Lord changed slightly. He hurriedly pushed forward with his palms, blocking that formless saber with his Twilight Dark Moon Chi. However, the scenes of the heavens and earth before him abruptly distorted, the very air seemingly breaking apart. The entire heavens and earth resembled a canvas, being distorted and wrinkled intensely. The tearing force of these wrinkles, bolstered by the formless saber chi, instantly turned tangible. A tyrannical saber intent, cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth. The force field formed of the Twilight Dark Moon Chi was instantly cleaved apart. With a muffled groan, the Twilight Lord was sent flying backwards, blood spraying into the air. "Yindi, how could you possibly be here?" Just having sensed someone approaching, Pan Butai had forcibly jolted Tai away, before striking out with his palm. In the end, the other party's strength had surpassed his predictions, actually sending the Twilight Lord flying with a single saber. Greatly enraged, Pan Butai increased the force of his palm. The newcomer's voice resounded throughout the horizon. "A skeleton within a grave. What are you so rampant about?" After sending the Twilight Lord flying, a tyrannical saber chi to peerlessly cleaved out once more, forcibly clashing head-on with the transcending mortality martial Grandmaster Pan Butai. As the two sides collided, the entire heavens and earth shook. Pan Butai roared furiously, "Arrogant brat." He immediately struck out with his palm once more. However, the other party's second saber had already arrived. Faster than him, fiercer than him, stronger than him. Chapter 103. It was as if the sun had taken human form, illuminating the world. However, the blade of the newcomer was even swifter, even more ferocious, even more domineering. With a slash of the saber, the wind and clouds were destroyed, and the sun lost its light. As the two sides collided, the entire sky was filled with broken streams of light, making it hard for people to look straight at them. Yin Zhaoge, who had strengthened his vision with the twin chis of ice and fire now, also felt a slight piercing pain as he was unable to clearly see the results of the battle. But soon, a loud sound came from heaven and earth. It was as if someone had stepped back and landed heavily on the ground. He could clearly feel that the surrounding air was not as hot as before. The flickering light dimmed a little, and before his eyes, shockingly, was the giant that Pan Butai had transformed into, being forced backwards by the impact. Pan Butai said coldly, "You little brat who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. There are no tigers in the mountains, so you, a little monkey, have been allowed to run wild." As he spoke, the golden giant suddenly raised his right hand and pointed it at the sky. Then, as the giant's palm slammed down, boundless light was released from his palm. The emaciated old man beside Yin Zhaoge blurted out, "Light illumination." Hearing these words, Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. The Sacred Sun Clan, the head of the 7 great sun arts. The light shines, and the world becomes white. This technique was a single palm technique, and it was a martial art technique on its own. There was no chain of moves, no changes in technique, just this one palm alone. However, this palm stood at the head of the Sacred Sun clan's direct lineage 7 great sun arts, reigning above the heaven-striking palm, the twilight dark moon chi, the divine sword of daybreak, and the other supreme martial arts. As Panbuatai's palm struck out, all that was left in the eyes of everyone present was a vast expanse of whiteness. Apart from light, there was nothing else. However, enveloped by this world of light, Yin Zhaoge did not feel any warmth at all. The world was not as unbearably hot as before, but it was even more frightening. The rays of light were boundless, majestic, and vast. One couldn't feel the sharp, killing intent of the west-tilting, heaven-burning blade from it. However, it was filled with unstoppable, unparalleled power. It was as if Mount Tai was crushing an egg, easily crushing the other party until not even a speck of dust remained. However, at the moment when the boundless light illuminated the world, a trace of disharmony suddenly appeared. All he saw was a black line appearing in the bright, white world. The ends of the black line could not be seen, and it stretched out endlessly. It was extremely eye-catching as it lay across the white world. Yin Zhaoge had the feeling that the world before him was like a piece of white paper. The existence of this black line was not a line drawn on a piece of white paper. Instead, the white paper had been torn in the middle. Then, they were forcefully pieced together, causing the world that was like a piece of white paper to look so awkward. The boundless light that illuminated the heavens and the earth and crushed everything in its path also disappeared. Because of this, along with the existence of the black line, heaven and earth and the void seemed to distort. Like a piece of white paper being torn apart, it split into two along the crack. One half moved up, and the other half moved down, dislocating. The next moment, the light completely dissipated, and everyone could finally see the scenery in front of them. However, heaven and earth still gave off a feeling of distortion and crisscrossing. There seemed to be a mark left in the void, a terrifying saber scar. The giant that Panbuatai had transformed into retracted his palm with a muffled groan. At the center of his palm, there was a vertical wound that looked shocking to the eye, as though his entire palm was about to be split into two. The winds and clouds between the heavens and the earth changed. From the sky above, sunlight descended, as though it had formed a flight of stairs. A person appeared on it, his movements neither fast nor slow. However, with a single step, he had already arrived by Sher Tai's side, facing Panbuatai. He swiveled his head and said to Sher Tai, "Eldest apprentice brother, it's been hard on you." The Twilight Lord stood in the distance, fresh blood flowing from the corner of his mouth as he stared fixedly at the newcomer. Yindi. The newcomer's features were 60 to 70% similar to Yin Zhaoge's. From the outside, he looked to be just over 30 years of age, just that there were a few specks of frost on his temples. His features were heroic and handsome, his aura domineering, his entire person resembling a heaven-cleaving saber. It was precisely the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's martial inheritance hall, acclaimed as invincible beneath the heavens at the same cultivation level, Yindi, and that tyrannical saber intent that had cleaved the heavens and split the earth, repelling Panbuatai, had also shown one thing. Not only was he invincible within the same cultivation level, even facing the transcending mortality martial Saint clan's longtime elder Panbuatai, Yindi had actually still been able to hold the upper hand. Hearing Yindi's words, a hint of a smile appeared on Sher Tai's face. "It's fine." On the ground, Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "It's me who has caused trouble for you and eldest apprentice uncle." Family head, Ahu knelt on one knee, as the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners in the vicinity also bowed towards Yindi. "We greet Elder Yin." Yindi raised his hands into the air, Ahu and the others being lifted up by him. He waved his hands towards Yin Zhaoge. "Between father and son, what trouble is there to speak of? This time, you took the initiative to bear the responsibility, being willing to take the risk and gain face for me. As for you killing Xiao Shun and Pan Butai coming to take revenge, I will naturally take care of it for you. Me taking care of it for you is something that should be done, but letting eldest apprentice brother take the blame for us father and son is unreasonable. Yin Zhaoga nodded. I naturally have to thank eldest apprentice uncle properly. Yindi. As golden light flickered, the figure of an old man gradually appeared between the giant's brows, his face livid. His brows were tightly knit. At this moment, he could not even see Yin Zhaoga, his attention completely placed on Yindi. The other party was actually able to break through the seal of the great sun heaven-measuring ruler and come here. Didn't that mean that Broad Creed Mountain's sacred artifact has not been unleashed? How did he do it? Acting alone, Yuan Zhengfeng could only protect himself. How would he be able to protect him from breaking out of the encirclement? A bad feeling arose within Pan Buatai's heart. He abruptly raised his hand upwards, and that giant did the same, directly reaching out and grabbing the saber hovering above his head. That saber, which had originally only been 4 feet long, abruptly expanded in size, instantly transforming into a massive heaven-splitting saber. On the saber's blade, numerous sun patterns lit up. With the saber in hand, Pan Buatai's aura instantly skyrocketed once more. The area between the heavens and the earth once more turned scorching hot. The golden giant still stood towering between the heavens and the earth, while above his head 7 great golden suns once more appeared, surrounding and protecting him. The massive saber mightily chopped downwards. Yin Zhaoga had personally witnessed martial practitioners executing this supreme martial art. The unprecedentedly powerful west-tilting heaven-incinerating saber had appeared in this world. Facing the saber, Yin Di laughed loudly. The sun has long since set. Let it completely descend. Amidst his laughter, Yin Di waved a single hand, his fingers piercing into the air. He drew his saber from within, the air rippling like flowing water. Then, a saber that flickered with a faint purple light appeared before everyone's eyes. Yin Di brandished his saber. From that purple saber, a deafening ringing resounded. The entire sky, at this moment, seemed to be howling in rage. Facing Pan Buatai's west-tilting heaven-incinerating saber, Yin Di similarly chopped out with his saber. Countless spirit runes appeared, transforming into numerous spirit arrays within the air. The numerous spirit arrays stacked upon one another, similarly forming a heavenly altar. The heavenly altar shone with a purple light, clearly also transforming into the form of a saber within the air. The shocking saber intent combined with the saber in Yin Di's hands, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. As the saber struck out, the heavens and the earth seemed to be in a daze, as though it had split apart and been displaced once more. Like a painting, it broke neatly from its center. The west-tilting heaven-incinerating saber that was extremely domineering, resembling a descending sun. Before this even more domineering saber, it was as weak as paper. Amidst the all-encompassing golden light of destruction, the giant that Pan Buatai had transformed into let out a low, enraged roar as he mightily retreated. Chapter 104. In the end, it was still Yin Di who broke the great sun with a single saber. The golden giant that Pan Buatai had transformed into staggered backwards. Severe wounds appeared on the giant's body. Runes and divine patterns shattered one after another, sprinkling down like blood. They turned into specks of flowing light and disappeared into the air. The space between the brows of the golden giant once again revealed Pan Buatai's true form. Compared to before, his figure was stooped and much older, and his face was slightly pale. The old man's throat bobbed up and down a few times. There was a sweet taste in his mouth, as if he would spit out blood at any moment, but he forcefully suppressed it. Pan Buatai glared at Yin Di. With a muffled snort, he instead borrowed the momentum to retreat, directly calling for the Twilight Lord and the others to retreat. For Yin Di to appear here, something must have happened to the ambush by the great sun heaven-measuring ruler. Although he didn't know what exactly had happened, Pambuatai was certain that the Sacred Sun clan's plan this time had already failed, with Broad Creed Mountain even more likely to turn the tables on them. Clearly knowing that he was a target of the Sacred Sun clan, having evaded the Great Sun heaven-measuring ruler, Yendi had still dared to leisurely rush over to the Eastern Tang. This was enough to prove that he was extremely confident. Under such circumstances, if he could obtain victory quickly, Pambuatai wouldn't mind slaying Yendi on the spot, teaching Broad Creed Mountain a lesson. Yendi's reputation was extremely resounding, but as a veteran martial grandmaster expert of the same generation as Huang Guanglia and Yuan Zhengfeng, having stepped into the transcending mortality stage many years ago, Pambuatai naturally had his own confidence and pride. Asking himself honestly, he really had no confidence in being able to take down Yendi at the same cultivation level. However, even though his cultivation base was clearly higher, he was still not Yendi's match. This caused Pambuatai to feel a fiery pain on his face. His grandson had been killed by Yin Zhaoga, while he himself had been thwarted by the saber of a junior whose cultivation base was lower than his. For a split second, Pambuatai felt as though the humiliation and fury in his heart was about to swallow him whole. It had been too long since he had suffered such a setback, to the point that his mental state was actually somewhat unstable. However, after taking a deep breath, Pambuatai swiftly calmed down. Having been countered by Broad Creed Mountain, and now also unable to gain the upper hand, the wisest course of action for them was to retreat. Otherwise, what awaited the Sacred Sun clan would definitely be even greater losses. At this moment, Pambuatai temporarily set aside the hatred and fury he felt from Xiaoshen's death, choosing to first avoid the battle. But his anger also turned into an even deeper and colder killing intent. As he retreated, Pambuatai's gaze shifted between Yendi, Shirtai, and Yin Zhaoga. By Yin Zhaoga's side, Ahu felt his hair stand on end as he asked in a small voice, "Young master, will he put down his pride and not care about anything else and just focus on attacking you?" "It might not be impossible," Yin Zhaoga said. "It's just that he can only think about it. Twilight Lord is injured, and eldest martial uncle is free. It's impossible for him to break through father and eldest martial uncle's joint attack. Even if eldest martial uncle is tied down by Twilight Lord, Dad can protect me by himself. I just need to focus on defending." Yin Zhaoga spread his hand apart. Father is extremely domineering, his attacks shocking the heavens. However, that doesn't mean that he isn't proficient in defense. It's just that he doesn't have to do that most of the time. Besides, Pambuatai should worry about himself first. Yin Zhaoga laughed. "Father, I'm not someone who likes to play the empty fort stratagem." As he spoke, yet another voice resounded from the distant horizon. "Does your Sacred Sun clan really think that you are invincible under the heavens? You've already reached a level where you are completely lawless, completely unbridled and unbridled." In the horizon, there seemed to be the sound of the tides of the great sea, causing one to have the misconception that they had arrived at the seaside. However, as the sound neared, they realized that it was shockingly the breathing of a person. A wild-looking, green-robed old man strode through the air, roiling waves of chi expanding into the surroundings, resembling the tides of the sea. The faces of Pambuatai and the Twilight Lord instantly turned a little ugly. The newcomer was shockingly a longtime elder of the Water Domain's sacred ground, Jade Sea City, a martial grandmaster expert, the sacred ground of the sacred ground. However, what they truly feared was not this wild-looking, green-robed old man. Instead, it was that they understood why Yendi had been able to break through the ambush of the Great Sun heaven-measuring ruler when Broad Creed Mountain's sacred artifact had yet to leave the mountain. The Extreme Een Crown. The Extreme Een Crown currently in the hands of Jade Sea City. The Extreme Een Crown should have gone to the East Sea. If it had come over here, it shouldn't have done so quietly, the Twilight Lord said in a heavy tone. As one of their archenemies, the Sacred Sun clan was constantly paying attention to the movements of Jade Sea City. Pambuatai's face was dark, Just like how we concealed the appearance of the great sun heaven-measuring ruler, it was all because of the fruit of the concealed fog tree. That year, the concealed fog tree bore a total of 2 fruits, one in our sacred sun clan, the other in the hands of the devil saint. From the looks of it now, that fruit has actually fallen into the hands of Jade Sea City at some unknown time. We can talk about this later. The key is now. The extreme crown delayed the great sun heaven-measuring ruler, while Yendi hurried over to the eastern tang. The great sun heaven-measuring ruler, having left the mountain, catching Broad Creed Mountain unprepared, rapidly killing Yendi with the power of a sacred artifact. If they were delayed by the extreme crown, the situation would be disadvantageous to the Sacred Sun clan. Broad Creed Mountain similarly had a sacred artifact. Without having to ask, it was obvious that after having achieved their initial goal of confusing them, the sacred artifact of Broad Creed Mountain, who had been lying in wait all this time, must have already left the mountain at this moment. Also, it definitely wouldn't be coming to the eastern tang, but to where the great sun heaven-measuring ruler was. Yin Zhaoga smacked his lips. After the first extreme bout, you grasped the extreme crown and used it for your own personal gain, relying on the power of those 2 sacred artifacts to expand wantonly. You should have already predicted that this day would come. You've done the first thing, and the wheel of fortune has turned. Don't blame others for doing the same thing. Didn't you want to play something big? You schemed against my father. Our clan schemed against your sacred artifact. Let's see whose mouth is bigger. Now the distant sky suddenly shook. Boundless sunlight slowly rose from the horizon, and very quickly, a great sun filled the sky. The sun that appeared this time was slightly smaller and dimmer than the sun manifested by Pan Buotai's martial will. However, this time, there were a total of 8 great golden suns revolving around it. Ahu drew back the corners of his mouth. World Illuminating Lord. While the newcomer's cultivation base was inferior to Pan Buotai's, his aura was even stronger than that of the Twilight Lord at his peak. As compared to the mysterious Twilight Lord, the pressure that this person brought with him was even more direct and intense. The head of the current generation of the 7 reigning suns, the World Illuminating Lord. He was the leading figure of the Sacred Sun clan's senior generation, having previously competed with the current chief Huang Su for the position of chief. This time, the sacred grounds had joined hands to explore the Earth domain and suppress the abnormalities, with the World Illuminating Lord of the Sacred Sun clan heading there. The 8 great golden suns halted within the air, gradually converging towards the center, congregating into a single mass. Within the immeasurable light, a golden-robed, middle-aged man walked out. He could also be considered handsome, just that his hooked nose was rather conspicuous. This person's portrait had already long since spread throughout the 8 extremities world. Everyone here naturally recognized him. He was precisely the head of this generation's 7 reigning suns, the World Illuminating Lord. As soon as the World Illuminating Lord arrived, he said in a heavy tone, "Uncle Pan, the matter is already over. Broad Creed Mountain's clear chi robe has emerged." The clear chi robe was precisely the sacred artifact that suppressed Broad Creed Mountain. The World Illuminating Lord said, "The chief has already retreated with the great sun heaven-measuring ruler. But Jade Sea City is entangling us endlessly with the extreme crown. We have to get rid of them before the clear chi robe arrives, or the consequences will be too horrible to contemplate." Senior apprentice brother Huang has yet to emerge from seclusion. Pan Buotai once again felt stifled within his heart. The World Illuminating Lord was silent for a moment before he said, "They want to leave behind the great sun heaven-measuring ruler. If they can force senior apprentice Uncle Huang to emerge from seclusion prematurely, that would be an even greater gain." Those of Infinite Boundless Mountain were originally also causing a ruckus in the Eastern Tang, eyeing us covetously. But now they have also suddenly quieted down, no longer competing with Broad Creed Mountain, looking as though they're making things easier for us. This time, it is we who have become the target of all. The fury on Pan Buotai's face instantly vanished. his expression turning grave. Chapter 105. In the current world of the 6 great sacred grounds, turbid wave pavilion style was relatively closed off. They rarely interacted with the outside world and were impartial. The Heavenly Thunder Hall and Jade Sea City had martial saints, but no sacred artifacts. Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain had sacred artifacts, but no martial saints. The Sacred Sun clan had a rather close relationship with the Heavenly Thunder Hall, but with the Heavenly Thunder Hall being held back by Jade Sea City. The sacred artifact that Jade Sea City currently possessed, the Extreme Een Crown, had traversed the Earth domain over. Infinite Boundless Mountain currently had an attitude of staying out of it, happy to see it happen. With Huang Guanglia still in seclusion, the Sacred Sun clan was already in an awkward situation. While it is extremely dangerous for Yuan Zhengfeng to enter secluded cultivation and attempt to break through to the martial saint realm due to his old injuries, if he succeeds, Broad Creed Mountain's strength will skyrocket. The Twilight Lord said slowly. At that time, even if Martial Uncle Huang succeeds and Yuan Zhengfeng also advances, the situation will still be the same as it is now. While the Sacred Sun clan has the upper hand, they are unable to completely suppress Broad Creed Mountain. Many factors must be considered when choosing the successor of the sect master. However, just in terms of martial practitioners, Yin Zhaoge's father, Yin Di, was the disciple that the old clan chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, was most proud of. Having a successor was also one of the reasons why Yuan Zhengfeng took the risk and went into seclusion. Yin Di's death had not only severed Broad Creed Mountain's most promising senior generation, it had similarly left a shadow in Yuan Zhengfeng's heart, affecting his decision. Even if Yuan Zhengfeng was determined to enter closed-door cultivation to break through to the martial sage realm, the more worries he had, the more difficult it would be. The World Illuminating Lord said, "This time, we have lost a round. Let's think about how to lose less." Looking at that Jade Sea City elder, Pan Buotai's gaze was dark and sinister. Jade Sea City, it is merely a momentary success. With the third extreme Een bout about to begin, they won't be able to be complacent for long. Now, immeasurable light lit up in the distance, even more vigorous and powerful than the combined power of Pan Buotai, the World Illuminating Lord, the Twilight Lord, and the other Sacred Sun clan experts. It was as if there was an invisible boundary dividing heaven and earth. One half was normal, while the other half was completely transformed into a world of light. The majestic power caused everyone present to raise their eyebrows. Its light illuminated the heavens and illuminated the world. The expressions of Yin Di, Shi Tai, and that Jade Sea City elder did not change as they looked silently in the direction of that white light. The white light streaked across the sky in an instant. Following closely behind, a bright moon rose in the distant horizon. It was as if the moonlight could compete with the real sun in the sky. As the bright moonlight shone down, the suns formed from the martial wills of Pan Buotai, and the others became dimmer. Under the cold moonlight, the world instantly became cool. The moonlight hung in the sky. As soon as it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention, because that was precisely the power of the sacred artifact, the Extreme Een Crown, manifested. As for that world of white light, it was the great sun heaven-measuring ruler, which was also a sacred weapon. It was like the rising and setting of the sun, measuring the vault of heaven. However, right now, the great sun heaven-measuring ruler was not in the mood to tangle with the Extreme Een Crown, also ignoring Yin Di and the others as it brought Pan Buotai and the others along with it, fleeing into the distance. Your reactions are very fast indeed. If Huang Su had hesitated just slightly, he would have been jointly blocked by the Extreme Een Crown and your clan's clear chi robe. The Jade Sea City elder curled his lips. He took a step forward, and his figure was wrapped in the bright moonlight. Shi Tai said to Yin Di, "Junior apprentice brother, you sit over here in the East Heaven region. The two of you can chat while I pursue alongside the Extreme Een Crown." Yin Di nodded. Eldest apprentice brother is considerate. Shi Tai also flew up, merging within the bright moonlight as they chased after the great sun heaven measuring ruler, Pan Boitai, and the others who had fled into the distance. With the sacred artifact in the air, Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel the surrounding heavens and earth trembling together. Indistinctly, the sacred artifacts seemed to resonate with each other. Yin Zhaoge could also feel that other than the extreme Yin crown and the great sun heaven measuring ruler, there was another extremely powerful existence in the distance, shaking the heavens and earth. Without having to ask, it should be his grandmaster, Yuan Zhengfeng. Wielding Broad Creed Mountain's sacred artifact, the clear Qi robe, he was also hurrying over here, his target being the great sun heaven measuring ruler. The two sides, one fleeing and two pursuing, were far away in an instant, vanishing into the horizon. However, where Yin Zhaoge was, he could still feel the trembling and suppression of the surrounding space. After Shirtai and the others had left, Yin Di first gathered all the Broad Creed Mountain disciples present, assigning them their tasks. The Sacred Sun clan was destined to be chased out of the Eastern Tang and even out of the East Heaven region this time. The Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had been clashing in other regions began to chase their opponents on all fronts. Yuan Zhengfeng personally led the clear Qi robe, pursuing the great sun heaven measuring ruler together with the extreme Yin crown, all the way into the fire domain. Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City would naturally have martial practitioners following behind, vying for resources and territory. Resources and interests are still fine, but wanting to encroach on and occupy territory, that will be a little difficult. Yin Zhaoge looked into the distance, in the direction of the fire domain. As long as the great sun heaven measuring ruler is not extinguished, when Huang Guanglia leaves seclusion, he will definitely wrest back the territory we have now occupied. Landing on the ground, Yin Di said mildly. Huang Su's reaction was not slow, retreating at the first possible moment. However, this can also be expected. Being able to leave the great sun heaven measuring ruler behind, being able to force Huang Guanglia out of seclusion, that would naturally be for the best. However, the Sacred Sun clan will definitely not resign themselves to death. However, even if they don't die this time, they will still lose a layer of skin. Before Huang Guanglia leaves seclusion, they will not dare to cause any more trouble. His hands behind his back, Yin Di similarly gazed into the distance. This way, Master will be able to enter secluded cultivation in peace, at least not having to worry about outside invasions and disturbances. Meanwhile, our gains this time will also be beneficial to the clan's further development. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. At the end of the day, the Extreme Yin crown is not exclusively owned by Jade Sea City. Yin Di said, if we help Jade Sea City forcibly keep the Extreme Yin crown, Infinite Boundless Mountain is destined to be pushed toward the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Even Turbid Wave Pavilion would not agree to this. Yin Zhaoge nodded. It is like this. On the other hand, if Jade Sea City monopolized the Extreme Yin crown, their relationship with Broad Creed Mountain might not be as close as it was now. This time, it was actually a little risky. A single mistake, and the result might be completely different. Yin Di swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge, just like the Sacred Sun clan. It was because of a small flaw that was discovered by you that they were countered by us. While he didn't finish his words, Yin Zhaoge knew that Yin Di actually felt a little apologetic. While Yin Zhaoge himself had wanted to take this risk this time, if Yuan Zhengfeng and Yin Di had insisted on not doing so, Yin Zhaoge would only have needed to leave the Eastern Tang and return to Broad Creed Mountain. The Sacred Sun clan's plans having already been discovered, they were destined to fail. It was just that Broad Creed Mountain also wanted to make use of this chance to counterplot against the Sacred Sun clan. This would require Yin Zhaoge to continue acting. Yin Zhaoge chuckled shamelessly, right? You don't know, but there were quite a few times just now when I was scared to the point that my soul almost left my body. You have to reward me properly. Ever since having come to this world, Yin Zhaoge had always been carefully and diligently assimilating into it. While interacting with people who were familiar with his body's original owner was the most frightening, It was also the most beneficial way for him to assimilate into this world. After such a long time, other than Ahu, the person Yin Zhaoge had come into contact with the most was this awesome father of his. Being the most familiar with him, from a certain perspective, their relationship was also the deepest. Good people don't live long, while scourges live for 1,000 years. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's mischievous look, Yin Di shot him a sidelong glance. People like the two of us still have plenty to live on. Chapter 106. After the father and son had laughed, Yin Zhaoge retracted his smile. When our race moved to the heaven domain that year, as Yin Zhaoge narrated his battle with Yin Su, Yin Di's expression also sunk. Yin Zhaoge could clearly see a dense, baleful air within his eyes. After a long time, Yin Di said slowly, "This matter is not over yet." Yin Zhaoge nodded. Next, he sent a sound transmission with his aura chi. The spirit pill that I mentioned to you last time for treating Grandmaster's injuries has some progress. Yin Di's expression did not change, but his gaze was focused. How is the situation? The words used to record clues about the medicinal pills are extremely rare and ancient. It will be difficult to decipher them. Yin Zhaoge answered. Still, a considerable portion of it has already been deciphered. I have also ordered people to first gather the required medicinal ingredients. Once I get the hang of it, I'll be able to decipher the rest of the pill formulas much faster. Yin Di said, other than the martial Tao, you have also been interested in miscellaneous studies since young, being especially infatuated with the study of ancient characters of pre-Great Calamity times. You are very talented in this area, and it has come in handy now. Be more attentive. If Master can recover from his old injuries, his chances of becoming a martial sage will be very high. As Yin Di said this, he gazed into the distance. The winds are getting stronger and stronger now. The great battle unfolding in a corner of the Eastern Tang was both the beginning and the end. Speaking of the beginning, it was because from this battle, a large-scale war that affected tens of thousands of kilometers, spanning across the Heaven region and the Fire region began. The clash between the two sacred grounds, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, had escalated to a new level, no longer being limited to the previous local confrontations. Besides the Eastern Tang Kingdom, there was also the East Heaven Continent, and even the South Heaven Continent and the West Heaven Continent. At the border of the territories controlled by the two sides, a full-scale battle broke out. Even the Wind Domain, which was outside of the Heaven Domain and the Fire Domain, was affected. To say that it was over, it was because after that battle in the Eastern Tang, the general tone of the outcome of the entire war had been set. The Great Sun Heaven-measuring ruler finally successfully returned to the Sacred Sun clan's world-illuminating peak, relying on its Guardian Grand formation and drawing upon the geographical advantage of the Fire Domain. It blocked the pursuing Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City. Meanwhile, the Sacred Sun clan forcibly endured it, not alarming their Grand Elder who was currently in secluded cultivation, the East-coming Marshal Saint Huang Guanglia. However, in the pursuit, the Great Sun Heaven-measuring ruler had suffered a great deal of damage in order to escape. Having fallen into a disadvantageous position in the struggle between the higher echelons, the Sacred Sun clan's defensive forces in other areas were also being forced into retreat step by step. The large and medium-sized forces that were close to each other also began to fight fiercely. The powers under Broad Creed Mountain naturally obtained complete victory. In this large-scale clash, the Sacred Sun clan could only swallow this bitter pill, retracting their claws and teeth. On the world-illuminating peak, the Sacred Sun clan's few higher echelon experts sat facing each other. Pan Buitai looked towards the world-illuminating Lord. How is Secmaster? The world-illuminating Lord answered. The Great Sun Heaven-measuring ruler was damaged, and Secmaster is also injured, but it's not too serious. Pan Buitai's face turned green. Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Sea City, today's enmity will definitely be repaid tenfold in the future. This time around, even though Glory Sect was tricked and suffered a huge loss, it did not hurt our core. The East, Rising Lord said, as long as the old chief emerges from seclusion, we can immediately settle things with Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City. The world-illuminating Lord shook his head slowly. Wanting to wrest back what was lost this time is very easy, but wanting to settle the debt with Broad Creed Mountain completely, we still cannot be careless. Yuan Jingfeng will most likely also enter secluded cultivation this time to break through into the martial saint realm. With his old injuries, his chances are not high. However, if he fails, then so be it. If he succeeds, Broad Creed Mountain's strength will also increase. With our miscalculation this time, it will be very hard for us to obstruct them. The Twilight Lord said, firstly, we have to ensure that we get back the Extreme Een Crown in the upcoming Extreme Een bout. With the Extreme Een Crown, our current situation will immediately be improved. With Yuan Jingfeng in secluded cultivation, we will also have another chance. The world-illuminating Lord nodded, his expression slightly grave. What I am worried about now is that the other side will make use of their current dominance to exclude our Sacred Sun clan disciples from the Extreme Een bout. The East Rising Lord raised his brows. On what basis? The world-illuminating Lord gazed over. If they manage to persuade Infinite Boundless Mountain and Turbid Wave Pavilion, what do you think? The East Rising Lord sucked in a deep breath. The old chief's secluded cultivation has brought them pressure. Pambuatai said, contact Infinite Boundless Mountain and Turbid Wave Pavilion. If necessary, give up some things to ensure the Extreme Een Crown. The territory of the mountain domain on the way back to Infinite Boundless Mountain. Gazing into the distance, Zhao Hao could already no longer see the mountains and rivers of the Eastern Tang. His gaze was slightly heavy as he remained silent. At this moment, the arrogance between his brows receded slightly, but it was not because of Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial grandmaster standing beside him. Instead, it was because of this incident in the Eastern Tang, having suffered a setback at Yin Zhaoga's hands once more. While he looked down on no one, his judgment and discernment abilities were not bad. Within the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Yin Zhaoga had managed to awaken the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, within a short period of time, his speed and efficiency causing even him to feel astonished. Once it might still have been a coincidence, but twice in a row, Zhao Hao had no choice but to face the problem squarely. He began to view Yin Zhaoga with importance, but had never considered avoiding him. On the contrary, Zhao Hao began to officially feel killing intent towards Yin Zhaoga, who had continuously spoiled his plans. Unable to remain in the Eastern Tang, having to return to Infinite Boundless Mountain with those of Infinite Boundless Mountain, no longer having that much freedom, also caused Zhao Hao to feel suppressed within his heart. And the source of all this was related to Yin Zhaoga. The Broad Creed Mountain behind Yin Zhaoga. Zhao Hao had originally already felt enmity towards it. At this moment, he hated it to the extreme. Time. I need time. Just give me some time, and that will do. Yin Zhaoga, Broad Creed Mountain. We have only just begun. Zhao Hao retracted his gaze, looking to the other side. He had no intention of entering Infinite Boundless Mountain. But since the situation forced him, he had to fight for the best treatment for himself, obtaining an even higher position. Zhao Hao did not have the mind to slowly rise through the ranks like a new disciple, being bossed around by others. On the other side, Infinite Boundless Mountain's principal elder in the Eastern Tang, Elder He, was currently following behind a middle-aged man. After this battle, the Sacred Sun clan will be completely unable to establish a foothold in the Eastern Tang. However, since Broad Creed Mountain has already offended the Sacred Sun clan, they will no longer make things difficult for our clan. The middle-aged man said, however, continuing to remain in the Eastern Tang, you will also have to keep a low profile for the next few days. He looked at Elder He. Guarding our clan's original assets and power is already enough. Elder He nodded. I understand. First seat, Elder, please rest assured. That middle-aged man also glanced back in the direction of the Eastern Tang. If Huang Guanglia has left seclusion, the Sacred Sun clan would not need to play such schemes. They could just directly crush them with their own strength. At the end of the day, forging iron requires one's own strength. Our clan also needs to develop as quickly as possible. Zhao Hao suddenly said, speaking of Infinite Boundless Mountain's development, Perhaps it is right before our eyes. Huh. The middle-aged man and elder, he simultaneously swiveled their heads to look at him. Zhao Hao pointed towards the northeast, saying casually, Cloud Portent Mountain. The middle-aged man's and elder, he's eyes simultaneously emitted a bright light. The former Earth domain, the current hell. Within the darkness, streaks of light could vaguely be seen. No figures could be seen, only human voices could be heard. Han Sheng has fallen into Broad Creed Mountain's hands, unable to accomplish anything, but more than sufficient to spoil things. Han Sheng's knowledge is, after all, limited and will not affect the overall situation. It's just that the clues leading to the glacial dragon Martial Saint's legacy have also fallen into Broad Creed Mountain's hands. No matter, there are still ways to think of them. First, prepare the other matters properly, and quietly wait for the time to arrive.